Almighty God, we bow before thee in humble obedience and dependence. We pray thee, grant us the grace to respect each other this day in all our consultations, that our deliberation today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we, as leaders, shall lead our country in the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us the mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor thy name in all we do and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Affirmation, I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Welcome back. Sorry for that slight delay. The job is never done until you got to the finishing line, and we're just trying to finish a few things in order to create harmony in the House. Honorable members, Namibia is not an island, but it is very much part of the global village. And let me first of all welcome the last sitting day of the 7th Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. After we dispose of the item of the order paper, I will give the floor to all members of this House to bid farewell to each other in the spirit that we normally maintain on an occasion like this. Secondly, as a customary, you will find your desk something that indicates that you were a member of the 7th Parliament. It is a token of appreciation from the National Assembly for your service to your country and to the people of this great country of ours, Namibia. It's a record that you can share with your family, and I think it's something to indicate the fact once upon a time in your life you served as a member of this House. Thirdly, in the gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Northern Cape Provisional Legislature, our colleague, our neighbor. South Africa is not just a neighbor, but the people of South Africa, our brothers and sisters, cousins and uncles, to mention. The delegation is led by the Honorable Duverain Classe, the Speaker of the Legislature, and he is accompanied by a formidable number of members from that legislature, accompanied by the Honorable Sharifia Ferris, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Miriam Kipi, the Chair of all chairs, the Honorable Donovan de Hayes, Deputy Chair of the chairs, and Norman Shufu, the Chief Whip, as well as members of staff from that particular legislature. As a customary, we are indeed delighted to have you here, and we extend our heartfelt welcome to our neighbor from the south. Welcome to the Parliament of Namibia. Lastly, I also want to remind ourselves that the swearing-in ceremony for the members of the 8th Parliament will start tomorrow, Thursday, the 20th of March 2025, commencing at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The Chief Justice, Peter Shiwute, will officiate at the ceremony, right here, nowhere else but in the chamber. So our new members should be properly informed to be on time for that special occasion. That said and done, all what is left for me you have an important item waiting on your system. And as we complete the sitting this afternoon, you'll be required and been requested that members should sign the buttons that would appear on your system. So, on the desk, it's already on the desk. Hold the information on your table. Please sign that and obviously return to the front desk. Very good. Okay. Any petitions? Reports of standing and select committees? The Honourable Ithete was first, and then he will be followed by the Honourable Tweya. Honourable Tweya, you'll be the next one.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I lay upon the table for information, note-taking, and for record the summary activity report of the Standing Committee on Economics and Public Administration for the 7th Parliament 2020, from 2020 to 2025. Honourable Speaker, before I move, Honourable Speaker, honourable members, allow me to give a special thank to Honourable Matthias Mbundu, Topi Upindi, Apius Auhap, Ivet Arais, Berta Dinyando, Eliphas Ndingara, Reginald Dierhart, Maria Elago, Honorable Amunyela, Ambiuka, Mariaka Mutali, Sebastian Karupu, Johanna Kanjimi, Marina Kandubu, Gotat Kasuto, Dr. Daniel Kashikola, Hilaria Mukapuli, Feni Nanyeni, Nico Smith, Kennedy Shekupakela, Jennifer van der Yefer, and Honorable Mukwilongo. They have really contributed positively to the work of this committee. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm looking for the light that is flashing. Oh, yes, Honorable Tweya.
Honorable Speaker, sir, honorable members, I lay upon the table for note-taking and for record of the 7th Parliament a report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Natural Resources on the activities carried out during the period of March 2020 to March 2025. With your indulgence, Honourable Speaker, I have a very long one, but just to give the gist. The committee consisted of 29 members. And since the committee had such a big number of members, the committee decided and found it necessary to divide itself into 4 subcommittees for better functioning, namely subcommittee on Ministry of Environment, all the climate change that falls in there. The second subcommittee that was chaired by Honorable Kafula and the members there. The second subcommittee, Mines and Energy, that was chaired by Honorable Karondo. The third committee on Agriculture, Water and Land Reform by Honorable Mareka, and the fourth subcommittee, Marine Resources and Fishing, or Fisheries, that was first chaired by Honorable Vetboy, and with a promotion to the Deputy Minister taken by Honorable Mukapuli. Now, in a nutshell, the committee received 5 motions, and of the 5 motions, 3 were finalized and adopted, which is the illegal lithium, human-wildlife conflict, and then the motion on the devastating impacts of the increasing seal population on Namibian fish stock. These were completed and adopted. 2, motion on food security, that could not be dealt with due to time constraints. And the second one, green hydrogen, could also not be carried out. The second part was the petitions. The committee received 2 petitions, one about the Kavango unique lifestyle, that is a drilling of the petroleum or oil in the Kavango region, dealt with, adopted, there's peace in the region. The second petition is to provide for the regulation of foreign ownership land in Namibia. It was also comprehensively dealt and adopted. A long list in terms of oversight functions. That's very long. They are listed up there from 2020 until to date. Benchmark visits that was carried out, this one of the committee that did not have the luxury to have benchmarks because there was always no money to travel. Then the workshops, conferences and training. All those activities from 2020 are also listed here. And a whole list of all the stakeholders. They almost 90 different stakeholders in all the activities that the committee was engaged. With that indulgence, Honorable Speaker, I now have the pleasure to lay this summary report on the table.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Kashingisiwa.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I raise to provide a status report on the following motions, which were referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Human Resource and Community Development, but they were not dealt with due to time constraint and late referral. Number 1, motion on the suspension of senior managers at the National Housing Enterprise. Motion on electricity debts write-off in local authorities. Motion on water debts write-off in local authorities. Motion on sustainable housing options in Namibia to address the housing shortage and funding gaps. Motion on the lack of support for Namibian musicians to establish and develop the infrastructure resources for the music industry in Namibia. Motion to establish an institution known as the Namibia Creative Hall of Namibia, Hall of Fame, that will encompass a wide spectrum of creative domains. Motion on the regulation of private schools and the role of non-governmental players in Namibia. Motion on the labor hire practices in Namibia and coming up with solutions to the exploitation of workers in the country. Motion on government to avail adequate resources for public schools to also excel like private schools. Motion on the foreign music content that diminishes Namibia's cultural identity and limiting the portrayal of local stories in our media. Motion on the merging the National Youth Council and the National Youth Service into one single body. Motion on government to establish well-funded programs tailored to empower youth, businesses, ventures, and so on. Motion on the possibility of increasing the amount payable in the respect of maternity leave, extending maternity leave duration on up to 5 months with full pay and with including paternity leave in the legislative framework. So, the last one is now the one from the liquidated Air Namibia's former employees with regards to payment of severance packages, and which was referred to the committee, was not dealt with as the matter was taken to High Court, and we could not deal with it. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you present the motions? The reports rather. Thank you very much. We move on. Next, the Honorable Karondo.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I lay upon the table for information, note-taking, and for record purposes, the summary activity report of the Standing Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs for the 7th Parliament 2020-2025. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's make progress. Other reports and papers. Notices of questions. Notices of notices of motions. Messages from the head of state. Questions? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, for the last time, I seek the indulgence of the Speaker and the House to ask an urgent oral question to our able Minister of International Cooperation, Dr. Pea Mushelenga.
Can I have the gist of the question?
Honorable Pea Mushelenga in Harare at the Ministers' Council's meeting of SADC, discussing the precarious situation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. At the said meeting, you took a decision to withdraw SADC forces in the DRC. Can you just appraise the House? What is the status of the withdrawal? What is SADC going to do now that it has withdrawn their troops, or it's about to withdraw their troops from the DRC? Okay. And how does the process go forward without SADC's military presence?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, do you have a response to that question?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Venani. The communique was very clear that the withdrawal takes place with immediate effect. So those countries that had troops there, South Africa, United Republic of Tanzania, and the Republic of Malawi are going to withdraw their troops. The summit that was held has so decided, and what follows is the implementation of that decision. Of course, with immediate effect does not mean it's a process that takes place 1 or 2 days, because you have to negotiate with the other parties to allow you safe passage as you exit. Now that depends on the negotiation process of how the safe passage would take place for those troops to come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you can still continue the conversation between the two of you. Thank you very much. We leave it at that. The notice of motions overtaken by events, messages from the head of state, none. Ministerial statements, none at all. We go straight to the other part of the agenda. The second, we read the first order of the day.
The resumption of debate to approve the amended rules of the members of Parliament and other office bearers pension fund.
When this assembly adjourned on Tuesday, the 11th March 2025, the question before the assembly was a motion by the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises. The motion was deferred by the Minister of Finance for further consultation, and I now have the pleasure to give the Minister the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And also thank you for giving that background that I have tabled the changes in the rules in the House, but there was a feeling that there is a need for further consultations. Indeed, that consultation process took place. We had a series of discussions with members of Parliament, members of the pension fund. One such consultation meeting took place last week. The other one took place yesterday. Because last week we were given additional input to go and assess the impact of these additional suggestions to the sustainability, with regard to the sustainability of the fund. So I believe we have now received the amended rules after we have incorporated your inputs. And if I can just recap, the amendments are really of two nature. One, more administrative. So establishing reserves accounts, I have already explained why we are establishing those reserves accounts in case there is a error in terms of processing, in terms of data quality. You have to put money aside to be able to make use of that money once such a mistake is detected. So that's really the general principle when it comes to these reserves accounts. The other one is to align the retirement date, because as I have mentioned, already in my first presentation when I was stating the rules, the rule already changed in 2015 to such an extent that the discrimination with regard to the number of, with regard to the age of retirement was done away with. But the definition of retirement was not changed during that time when the rule was amended. So we had to align the definition so that we do away with that inconsistency. But now, during the discussion, another concern was raised, and the concern related to the fact that members of Parliament who have not served for 5 years, remember the rule change only concern those who have served for 5 years. If you have only served for 2 years, 3 years, there was a bit of a difference. So that issue was also raised. So we were then asked to go back and do away with that discrimination. The discrimination was that if you have served for 2 years, you have started the same day with another person who have also served for 2 years. I'm just using 2 years as an example. If somebody is older than 55, the pension that he or she is going to get will be different from the pension of the person who is below 55, because the first one will get the guaranteed pension, and the last one will only get the accumulated contributions, his own contribution or her own contribution, and the contributions of the employer. So we had to go back and do away with that discrimination. So the rules that you have with you now have done away with that discrimination. So your guaranteed pension is now based on the number of years that you have worked, whether you have worked for 1 year, whether you have worked for 2 years. So as you accumulate years, you are also accumulating more pension for that entire period. So if you have worked for 1 month, you are also entitled for a 1 month guaranteed pension. So that's how the new principle works. So that's in essence really the additional change that we have made. I believe there was some consultation process here yesterday, or meeting here yesterday. Unfortunately, I was in cabinet, but my colleague, Honorable Katamelo, was kind enough to assist me to explain the change in the rules to the members. So I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further contribution? I have the Honorable Chairfellows.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. As a young parliamentarian, I just want to say thank you very much to the Honorable Minister of Finance, who took the time to consult with the members of Parliament and took the opportunity to listen to the different views coming across, both from MPs on both sides of the aisle, because I think sometimes there's an assertion that there's differences in the benefits of all MPs. But on behalf of especially the young MPs, we want to say thank you that discriminatory provision of the fund has been done away with. I want to add two last things. One, I think, Honorable Speaker, the matters related to the fund, we need to have more proactive information to the members related, one, to the regulations of the fund and the provisions of the Act related to the fund. How the fund is performing, the fees and charges that affect our funds as members of Parliament. But also, secondly, if the fund could also consider giving financial literacy to all MPs at the beginning of the term and at the end of their term, so that MPs are able to manage their finances proactively when they become members of Parliament and when they cease to become members of Parliament. That is just my plea at the end of all of this, but once again, to thank the able Finance Minister for listening to our pleas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The issue of being proactive should also involve the members of Parliament who represent us on the fund. Right, Honourable Prime Minister?
I just have some short questions for the Honourable Minister to assist in clarifying. The first one, I was trying to get his assistance here in regard to Section 17, in regard to the payment of benefits, where it is indicated that the trustees may determine a change, decide to have the benefits that are paid to a member changed based on certain circumstances. Here they are saying age and state of health. If the members are of the view that there is an adjustment warranted together with the actuary, that can actually be done. So I want the Minister to explain that, because I thought the benefits are agreed at the beginning and the calculation of the benefits is agreed, and one is able to get on periodically, we even get an indication of what the accumulated benefits are and what would be payable at the end of her tenure. I just want to get that clarity from the Minister. The second one is the one that he talked about, where he indicated that the guarantee aspect has now been addressed, that was raising concerns amongst the members of Parliament, which is a good feedback. What I wanted to find out is what happens to the guaranteed portion of the accumulated benefits of members whose membership started at the time that the fund was a defined benefit. Because when you change the rules, you cannot apply the rules retrospectively. So the fund was initially established as a defined benefit fund. And then in 2000, it was changed into a contribution defined fund. And the general rule of, the general principle of justice says, when you change something into something else that is less favorable, you don't apply it retrospectively. So I think it becomes important that it should be clarified that the portion of the benefits that were under the benefit defined scheme remain guaranteed. The last one is the payment of the capital amount in a situation where a pensioner is to die within 5 years. It is indicated that if the death occurs while the former member is a pensioner, but before 5 years, the remaining amount would be paid out to the nominated beneficiaries. But then they say beyond 5 years, there would only be a payment if there is a surviving spouse. My question is, if the fund is a contribution defined fund, why should there not be a capital amount distributed even if there is no spouse, if this is not a defined benefit fund? Because we are not cross-subsidizing each other, it's a contribution defined. Each one get their part. I think that part is very important. And the last one is to say that according to the current rules, I think of all pension funds, there is a 1/3 that is payable upon exiting of the fund under whatever, when you leave the fund. And then 2/3 are paid in monthly annuities, unless if you buy a private annuity. Now the question is, in a case of death, if these benefits are paid into an estate, a deceased person's estate, would the 1/3 be paid from that estate tax-free as it was supposed to be, or what happens in this situation? Because once it goes into that fund, it is in the hand of the lawyers and the agents and everybody and the debt collectors, and everybody is trying to get their part. And for me, really, is the pension is subsidized by the state to assist the dependents of the person who dies to survive. And this money cannot lend into the hands of other people that were not intended to benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I think those are the questions that need to be responded to before.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable PM, for raising these questions. I believe the advice from the Honorable Minister of MICT, it's well taken, that we need to engage members more frequently so that we can provide information, we can help them to improve their financial literacy so that they can understand their pension fund rules and how the pension fund works. So we appreciate that feedback, and we will definitely convey that to the management of the fund so that we ensure that we give regular feedback and also regular financial education courses. The question from the PM, section 17(3), that more applies to the insurance, and the pension fund has actually insured itself. For instance, when it comes to a spouse pension. So, the particular insurance may have its own rules, and the rule may say, once you reach a certain level of pension, you will have to get health inspection. So it's not a rule of the fund; it's actually the rule of the particular insurance scheme. In the current one that we have, the previous one was with Sanlam, which was very, very restrictive. We have now moved away from Sanlam to All Mutual, and the rule is really just no health checks on a regular basis. Only when your pension, that insured pension of your spouse increases to 11 million, then they may call you in for a health checkup. So I believe we mustn't be too worried about that, because I think we now have addressed that with a new insurer. But that provision is really just a provision to make provision for the rules of the insurers. So this is also something that is being debated in the industry, whether insurers can actually come up with such rules. The new FEMA bill is looking into that, but that's the reason. But I believe the current provision it's very flexible, and therefore there won't be any regular health checks for members. With regard to the guaranteed pension, going back to beyond 2015, I believe all the anomalies were already addressed when the rules were changed in 2015. But for this current change, the members that left in 2020, so this is also going to be dated back to 2015 to ensure that the discrimination is done away with. So we are going back up to 2015 to ensure that those members who retired and they were below 55, so they will also then get their pension now that the rule has changed. So that will be done after 2015. But going beyond that, I believe that will be very difficult. The pension for the member or a pensioner who dies within a period of 5 years, if there is money that is left, I guess I understand that is just an interpretation issue, because I think the pension belongs to the member. It cannot be taken away from the member. So if a member does not have a nominee, so that pension must go to the estate of that member. So I think that cannot be changed. So if the rule is not very clear, I think we will look at that and clarify that. Yeah. The tax treatment, I believe, should also be the same, because if whether it's in the estate or whether it's paid to a beneficiary, I believe it should be the same, because this is pension that we are dealing with. So tax will look at the income that is being earned, and that if that income qualifies for a tax exemption up to a 1/3, I believe the tax treatment will be the same. But that's something that I can confirm. But in principle, I think it should work like that. Comrade PM, I believe that those are some of the questions that you have asked.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If there's a need for further clarification, we can again bring in the experts to come and explain further.
Thank you very much. Any further contribution? In the absence of such, Minister, do you wish to reply?
To thank the honourable members for the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's said and done. I now put the question that the amended rules be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. Good. Now, that essentially brought us to concluding any outstanding items on the order paper. The rest that I'm not going to take up now should remain, and we should remain silent. We should not say anything about them. Do you agree? Okay. We are now at the point where we will be saying one or two things about ourselves in a very nice way. But before I make my statement, because I want to lead from the front, before I make my formal statement, I got something that I promised you might not remember, few days ago, and I'm going to present to you now. And I was saying, before I present my formal statement to you all, permit me to acknowledge the fact that we have in this House not many honourable members of Parliament who have been at the very beginning, at the very creation of this institution. And that means that if there's a person like that, a member of parliament, it means that he has served without interruption as a member of the National Assembly exactly 35 years. And we have not many people who have been in this house without having been interrupted, serving as a member and going out and coming back. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm looking at perhaps two now, still sitting in this house. One of those members is the Honorable Jerry Akanjo. This is indeed a milestone achievement on your part, Honorable Jerry Akanjo. I just wanted to put that on record because I did say I will identify one or two people. Now, let me come back to my own story. Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, this distinguished House, in keeping with the tradition of the House, I'm now formally making a statement as we bid farewell to the 7th Parliament of our Republic. I am particularly delighted to do this in this chamber after it has been formally renamed after the founding Speaker, Dr. Mose Penani Shitendero, and distinguished son of this country. Dr. Shitendero happened to hail from the part of the country where I come from. Our parents were very close, interacting way back, and we have known each other, went to school almost around the same time. So I'm particularly happy that this has happened. I wish also like to use the opportunity to thank you all for the appropriate acknowledgement by unanimously naming the chamber after him. Equally, I am pleased to express my thanks and appreciation for your endorsement of the honor to name C1 Conference Hall after the Honorable Dr. Theoben Gurirab. And the library, the Parliament's library, it has now been named after yours truly, Professor Peter Hishitevi Gashavili, that being myself. And not to forget the naming of Parliament Gardens after the late Dr. Hage Gottfried Kenko. The Parliament restaurant, the cafeteria, after the Honorable Doreen Sioka. The courtyard, after the Honorable Professor Loite Kasingo. The Parliament clinic that have actually been reinforced a couple of days ago were the donation that we received from the sister parliament, the Parliament of the People's Republic of China, with all the sophisticated equipment that are now available, equipping it to serve and help members of Parliament adequately. And I said the clinic had been named after Elma Dianda. And the blue room, one of the committee rooms, had been named after Bishop Stephania Kameta. While the pink room another committee room has been named after the Honorable Ignatius Chihuameni. And we all know during his passing, he passed in a very tragic loss due to the fact that there was a delay in getting the necessary assistance to him. It happened at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, it is befitting for us to acknowledge those giants among us of the Namibian political landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, after toiling, working so hard together, and equally celebrating many wonderful moments of achievement, it is now time for us to move on. I am aware that some of you will be exiting the active service, like myself, while some of you will be returning to be part of the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. There were times when we faced difficult challenges in the 7th Parliament, and I might have caught some of you on the wrong footing, but please acknowledge that it was never intended to offend, to cause offense, but it was a matter of principle, of following and keeping up with the rules and procedures of the Parliament. Nothing personal, but more of as a housekeeper, a goalkeeper, and sitting here, you want to steer the boat in the direct direction, make sure it gets to the destination safely without any other particular problem, and that was the intent. It was always the main aim in making sure that we proceed accordingly. Honorable members, permit me to quote two leading Indian statesmen. The former Prime Minister Mukherjee, who visited us here, whom I had the honor to preside during the time when he came to address this Parliament. And he had this to say, and I quote, "The highest honor in our democracy does not lie in any office, but in being a loyal citizen in our motherland. We are all equal before our mother and our country. Ask each of us in whatsoever role we play in the complex task of nation building to do our duty with integrity, commitment in fulfilling our value enshrined in the national constitution." That is the message. End of the quote. The founding Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Nehru, had this to say: "Democracy ultimately is a way of life, a way of reacting to circumstances, a way of thinking, and a way of putting up with things we even dislike." And I think, on the whole, we have done fairly well. Many women may come and go, but parliaments and countries go on. We shall go and others will come after us. But think, whoever may come after us will remember this period of our early years. And this is absolutely appropriate to our own experience. As we move on, they will be reminded of the groundwork that will be laid by founding mothers and fathers of our Parliament, and those who join years later to add value to the overall development of this country. What the two statesmen said is so profound and relevant in today's democracy in Namibia and beyond. Honorable members, I prepared an extensive handover report that I will share with my successor. This has been my tradition wherever I have served throughout my career. I believe in keeping record of what one does, because that could be the basis for following up to make sure nothing is left out and we're able to fulfill our mandate as we serve the interests of this country. I truly depart from here feeling completely happy and elated for having served Parliament to the best of my ability. As we may all agree, my departure from Parliament, active politics, does not necessarily mean that I will not continue to serve my country. Like any other citizen, one can always find time to add value depending on me being called upon to do something that is in my particular expertise and for which I feel confident that will add a great value to the development of our country. I will still accord my service to any of you whenever the opportunity presents itself. Last but not least, I would like to use the opportunity to thank my children, my grandchildren, and the rest of my family at home and abroad. My children are here witnessing their father finally say goodbye to active service to our country. I'm saying this is a question that has been posed to me by members of my family. When are you departing? And today, all of you, honorable members, you are my witness. There can be no other reason or duty that will compel me to continue other to say happily take off from here and do what I do in my retirement. But again, I would say my children have been the source of my strength and support. They stood by me as a source of strength in my quest to serve my country, both at the regional level and international fora that I have been engaged to the best of my ability. And I simply say now the time has come for me to do other things other than sitting here. Once again, I thank you all for your support, for your cooperation. Thank you. Honorable, we managed to do the calculations. I don't know whether to be done at the back. Yeah, if they took the confirmation of the days. Yes, we would do it at the back. Yeah. Honorable Sledman.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for your goodbye words. And since I'm also one of those that end their public office career voluntarily, I just would like your permission to say a few words to the colleagues. Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I believe if one looks back at what one has achieved, the first thing one must do is to look who made it possible for you to achieve that. I want to start with our founding president, Comrade Sam Nyoma, who accepted my membership long before independence. And when he accepted my membership in the SWAPO party, he did so without any hesitation. I was a fully trusted member, and he showed that trust when he appointed me the first permanent secretary in the new independent government. He showed me that trust when he appointed me as the secretary of the Politburo and the Central Committee. He showed me that trust in appointing me to a number of portfolios as permanent secretary. Thereafter, President Hifikepunye Pohamba called me to appoint me to this House. he made me the Deputy Minister of Finance and the full Minister of Trade. And our third President, Comrade Hage Geinkop, carried on with trusting me by making me the Minister of Finance and thereafter the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. Comrade Speaker, honourable members, I have said that because I believe that when one is sincere in one's job, like you were, like many of us are, you are rewarded with trust, not only from those that appoint you, but from the people. And I want to thank you, the members here, and the people outside, for respecting me for who I am and what I do, regardless of the skin color that I am born with.
It's not your fault.
It's not my fault, but I think it is not to be taken for granted that in a polarized society which went to war, that one is fully embraced, fully respected, and fully trusted by all, including you, Mr. Secretary General.
I do.
Thank you very much. What I have learned is that showcases how strong the Namibian democracy is. Anyone in this country can become a minister, can become a member of parliament, regardless of where you come from, what you have, provided that you have earned your trust, that you can do the job. And I'm very, very pleased, Comrade Speaker, honourable members, that I had a very exciting, very interesting, and very diverse career in the public service, from a civil servant to a politician. It was also indicative for me that the public service is the bedrock of a society. Without a proper managed public service, the private sector will struggle to survive. So what we are doing here, one aspect of the public service that we do, is a proper rule set for society. The civil servants implement those rules, and society outside lives by these rules. I think we have to appreciate that we are actually at the foundation of a healthy society, provided, of course, that we don't misuse the rules. There are many occasions, unfortunately, where people are not having the common good at mind and the service delivery, but their own good and self-enrichment. And I think we are the watchdogs to make sure that that does not happen. So, thank you very much for having given me that opportunity and trust that I have so enjoyed. The discussions here were frank, were open, and I think thanks to your way of steering this House, we had a lot of cup of teas where we solved our problems, and we thank you very much for that. Comrade Speaker, my last bit of advice that I want to give has to do with change. I understand the young faces here are saying it is our time now. Well, maybe all of us were that when we were young. But, Comrade Speaker, the difference between you and the youngest member in this House is maybe 50 years. But the real difference is that your life expectancy is maybe 20 and that of the young people maybe 50. It's little, or I don't think there is much of a difference between you and young people on this earth. What makes out whether you have lived well or not is how well you looked after the interests of your children, whether you are young or old. That is the interest that we have to take. So I beg the youth to stop calling it their time. You are only looking after the time for your children, not your time. When we believe in that mantra, then I think we will have a sustainable future ahead of us. And we have such a fantastic country we live in. We can say what we want, we will not be prosecuted. We can drink water out of every tap, it's safe. We have the best road infrastructure. We have got many, many things that are the envy of many. But there are serious challenges. It's the landlessness, it's poverty, it is inequality. They must be the focus of our public service. And I think that is what sometimes is not happening. We think when we serve the bankers, the retailers, the big business people well, then we are a good public service. No, we are not. We are only a good public service when we serve the poor, those that cannot serve themselves best. Then we are a good public service. I believe that should be our emphasis and our objective overall. Thank you very much that we together could be part of that effort. And I wish all those that are joining me in retirement a joyful retirement, and all of those that opt to work hard, enjoy that work, and I wish you luck because you then also work for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kawandenge.
Honorable Speaker, my apology for the voice, as I'm having a slight flu. But let me say this, the Namibian Parliament will be poor without Josie Kawanenge here. For the simple reason that where will you hear the words of flabbergasted, perplexed? I just hope that the new incoming MPs will have someone among their midst that can actually provoke your thoughts with the ratio desintentis and the other liquor.
My goodness.
I just hope so. Honorable Speaker, truth be told, unlike the Honorable Speaker and my Minister of Agriculture and those that are retiring, Joseph Kawandenge is like a Welwitschia plant. He just never dies. I'm saying this because, Honorable Speaker, I'm not retired. I'm taking a detour. And as God is my witness, I will come back to this house to serve another 2 terms before I retire. For the simple reason that I believe that God is not yet done with me. And the country, Namibia, is not yet done with me. And I still have a lot to contribute to Mother Namibia. However, let me take this opportunity to thank you all as members of Parliament for the opportunity to serve. And truth be told, I should have been a member of this Parliament already in 2004. However, life took a detour under Mutorwa. The life took a detour because it's just in human nature. It's by God's divine intervention that sometimes some of us reach our destiny straight away, but some others have to take detours. like the Joseph in the Bible, to reach their destiny. And that's me. Now, in paying tribute, Honorable Speaker, there are older politicians in this parliament that have seen me grow up from a very skinny lighty in the student movement. I used to give trouble to my Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, that time when he was Minister of Education. He will always ask me, who's this skinny one? Whenever we are debating student affairs in this country. And with the likes of my compatriot, the Peyash Mushelenga and the Pohamba Shifeta of this world, we came from that generation. But what set us aside is that, and the McHenry Venanis, is that we were young people that were watching and learning from our elders as to what is it that they are doing. And through that process, and the Veiko, Nekundis, and others, we managed and we came to be where we are today. This is just a caution to the young people outside there, that you cannot come to politics today and want to be on top tomorrow. It's a process of tears and sweat. It's a process that you have to go through before you can become what you want to become. Now, as I take that detour, Honorable Speaker, let me also pay homage to you, Honorable Speaker, because I believe you are one of the few left of your generation among many that have paved the way for us as Namibians to be where we are today. Now, I don't subscribe to this notion of the new politics of this age where we don't apparently have to respect our elders because it's our time. I simply don't subscribe to that. Because an elder is an elder, whether it's your own mother or not your own mother. Yes. And that is from the background where I'm coming from. That in the process of nation building, there were others that sacrificed for us to be here today. Unlike when you see today on social media, our younger generation standing up and insulting our national leaders left, right, and center because of apparently the freedom that they enjoy of expression. I don't subscribe to that. Why? Because you cannot build a nation with insults. Leaders must be criticized, yes, but they must actually also be respected for their contribution to Mother Namibia. Yes. And Honorable Speaker, as we depart here, let me again pay homage to one particular person in this House, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Why? You know, a few years back when she took over as the youngest ever at the National Planning Commission, I looked at her and I said, Sarah, okay. Then later on, I saw her as Minister of Finance, and then she climbed the ladder. But there is one thing that the Prime Minister of this republic that you can never take granted from her, is that whenever you ask her a question on the spot, because she has the institutional memory of the government, she will answer you right away. And that is because she has come through those stages to be able to stand up and speak off the cuff without needing anyone to write speeches for her. And that is one thing that we have emulated, that we have to go through those stages before we can become what we are supposed to become. Honorable Speaker, in parting ways as well, let me thank everybody here in this House. And as I have said, 2019 when I was 2018, when I was telling people that I'm going back to Parliament, or I'm going to Parliament, they were asking me, Ove, you, while you are singing baby, baby, Will you ever reach Parliament? I said, okay, fine. While I'm singing Baby Baby, I will get to Parliament. Later on, when they saw me now, Kawandenge is standing here, he's taking the oath. They said, but how did you get it right? Now, that's why I'm saying, I'm just taking a detour. 5 years, I'm back in this house for the next 20 decades to come and die here. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much that my name will go down in history as having been a member of the 7th Parliament. And equally also thank you all for everybody that always sometimes make me angry when I stand up, and especially these backbenchers. But I think we had a joyful time, and thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Next, Honorable John Mutorwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable colleagues, members of the National Assembly, for giving me this opportunity to bid farewell to this institution. For the record, for the Hansard, I have a prepared statement. Now, let me start with myself. Who is this man? My full names are John Johannes Juan Mutorwa Wangwa. Now, born on 17 August 1957 and baptized on the 15th of September 1957 in the Roman Catholic Church at Nyangana. I received my primary and secondary school education at 3 schools only in Namibia. All 3 are geographically located in the Kavango East region. Primary schooling, Honorable Speaker, from 1968 to 1973 at that very same place called Nyangana. I went into sub A. Our teacher there said, after 2 weeks, he said, no, you go to sub B. Because already by this stage I could master certain things. In 1973, I completed my standard 6 there. Junior secondary school in Linu Shashipapo, we were the first group of learners who started that school. In 1974, I was in Form 1 and 75 Form 2. They were called forms at that time. And then in 1976, Form 3, Standard 8. Maybe that one is equivalent to grade 10. Senior secondary school, 1977, 1978, at the Rundu Senior Secondary School for Standard 9 and Standard 10, Matric. So those are the 3 schools that I have attended. University, the University of Fort Hare, full-time. Obviously, Honorable Speaker, when you were Vice Chancellor of the University of Namibia, I also did part-time something there in the Department of History. So I'm a graduate also of the University of Namibia with a BA Honours degree in History. other places. Coming now here, I became a member of the National Assembly in May 1992. So I'm 33 years here. As a nominee of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, may his soul continue to rest in peace, our leader, Namibia's founding president, father of our nation, and leader of the Namibian Revolution. That stage, I was the Deputy Minister of Water Affairs in the office of the President during the devastating drought of 1992. For the past 33 years, this institution, the National Assembly, has been my socio-educational, political institution. It has been my school, and it has been my home. And the presiding officers were my teachers and mentors. Now, these presiding officers were and are Dr. Moses Chitendero, Dr. Theo Ben Gurirab, and yours truly, Professor Peter Kachavivi. Deputy speakers were Bishop Zevania Kameta, Reverend Velem Konyore has left us, Doreen Sioka. I remember I motivated her. I was given the responsibility to motivate her as Deputy Speaker, and Professor Lloyd Kasingo here. What are the lessons and some wisdom that I've gained from this institution? One of the many ways that, this is now one of the lessons, one of the many ways that I hope that we as a country can and must continue to change positively, constructively, and progressively is to be more compassionate towards each other as human beings, despite our many differences, be they political or otherwise. Two, it is my wish for the rest of 2025 and beyond that whatever situations we may find ourselves in, when dealing with other human beings created by the same Almighty God, we must treat each other with compassion and at the same time remember to acknowledge each and everyone's humanity. Here in the National Assembly, yes, we debate issues, we ask questions, we challenge assumptions and ideas, but also we must stay open to new ideas from others. Remember things, but the same world is also full of bad and ugly things. Mysteries, surprises, which are simply waiting to be discovered, to be explored, and in some cases to be utilized. Never feel lonely, because remember, what is a stranger actually? Sometimes we spend too much time, I don't know that person is a stranger. But a stranger, as far as I'm concerned, is simply the person that when you meet that person and you just stretch your hand and say, I'm John Mutorwa, and that person that I regarded as A stranger will say, I'm so and so. 1 minute, then there's no stranger. So let us not be lonely, but we should intermingle, tea. Honorable Speaker, you always remind us, go and have a cup of tea. Very important. I remember when I came to this house, now these front desks, the top people, as we have seen yesterday in the book that we have seen. Here, for example, was Reverend Hendrik Vetboy, President Pohamba, Prime Minister at that time, Geingob, leader of the opposition, and then you go, Honorable Yatoivo, Honorable Dipa Mtenya, Moses Garweb. These are the people that I was sitting where my colleague, the Deputy Minister of International Relations, that was my first seat here. But I've also traveled quite a lot. I was here, I was where, and so on. So, another thing is that mistakes are really, when everything is said and done, the path to mastery. We should not be afraid to make mistakes also. Mistakes are stepping stones at the end of the day. I make mistakes, somebody correct me. They are stepping stones to success eventually and great achievements in one's life. A person who never made a mistake in his or her entire life never tried to do anything new in his or her entire life. Take risks, experiment, and learn from other people, because each misstep must be regarded positively as a given chance to correct and grow. One must align one's goals with what will or may bring one fulfillment, satisfaction, and success. In other words, things that may contribute to the attainment of the greater public good. And that's why we are here. We can quarrel, we can do all kinds of things, but at the end of the day, the results, the laws, the decisions that we make here is for the greater public good. I have some messages for our colleagues who will be sworn in tomorrow as follows. But this message is not coming from me as a person. I've decided to consult this book, the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, and decided to highlight certain things that I think that once you are here, you have to take note of that. First is Article 1, Sub 2, and Sub 3 of this Constitution. What does it say? It says that all power, quote now, verbatim, shall vest in the people of Namibia, who shall exercise their sovereignty through the democratic institutions of the state. And the main organs of the state shall be executive, legislature, meaning National Assembly and National Council in our case, and the judiciary. Then Article 44, which deals with legislative power. It's very important also. It says the legislative power of Namibia shall be vested in the National Assembly with the power to pass laws with the assent of the President as provided in this Constitution, subject, where applicable, to the powers and functions of the National Council as set out in this very same Constitution. Now, Article 45 is very important. All of us, we come on the party list. But that is just the vehicle that brings you here. But at the end of the day, this article is telling us that, quote, the members of the National Assembly shall be representative of all the people and shall, in the performance of their duties, be guided by the objectives of this Constitution, public interest, and by their conscience. Now, I also want to remind ourselves, those that will come tomorrow, about what Article 53 says, and that is about the quorum. I see the dynamics in the numbers of the presentation is changing in a way. Changing in a way. The opposition combined, when I look at the list, I think we'll have 49 people here. 45 honorable members. So, it means that there will come a time when certain issues that need to be discussed is above party politics. Yes, we do our politicking, but there will come issues of national interest that will require that whether you belong to this party or to that party, some kind of a common position on some of those very difficult and important issues has to be taken. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I think we should also refer to the decorum as per the decorum in the House. I know sometimes we have given you problems. Honorable Speaker, you have to shout, that is the nature of Parliament. But this rule that says that members must always keep the order and decorum of any issues before the House and may not misrepresent the facts. Furthermore, members must always keep the order and decorum of the House and treat each other, visitors, guests, presiding members, and staff of the Assembly with respect and dignity. I think is very, very important. Absolutely important. Let us look at, I'm now finalizing. Comrade Speaker, you talked about it. In 1989, the Namibian people elected leaders from different political parties that participated to come here in this very same chamber as a constituent assembly with a specific task to write the Constitution. Now, I think those group, including the Speaker, Honorable Jerry there, Ekanjo, their task was so big and so complex as some of the issues that we are dealing with here. But they have shown us, they have demonstrated, working together, teamwork, and within 3 months the Constitution was delivered. And I think us now must improve on that one. Improve on that one, the new parliament that is coming, improve on the current parliament's achievements. Otherwise, goodbye actually means not never. We have a saying in our language, but I will loosely translate it to say that never, never curse where you are coming from. You should rather curse where you are going. Because where you are coming from, you know. You know the good things, you know the shortcomings, you know the people. I've been 33 years here. I will never curse this institution. Maybe, the ways in life is never a straight line. You may come back to the known, like my colleague Kawandenge was saying. Who knows? But otherwise, thank you very much. We have built friendships. I saw yesterday the list of people. Some of them, when I saw, we have forgotten about them. So this is also a social place to make friends. So I'm living with a very, very happy heart for all, with my small contribution and the collective contribution of the National Assembly. Pandu, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Honorable Dr. Mushelenga.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to present my farewell speech. First, I would like to thank you for the leadership that you have provided to this National Assembly over the past 5 years. The first time I started working with you, Honorable Speaker, is about 31 years ago when I represented students in the Senate of the University of Namibia, of which you served as chairman in your capacity as Vice Chancellor. I remember very well the manner in which you steered the discussions of the Senate, which I have also seen here in the National Assembly, where you have come out as a cool-headed speaker. I've served with you in other platforms, Swapo Party Central Committee. I shall forever treasure our trip of which you headed when you went to Germany to discuss issues of national interests. I came to this parliament as a young, inexperienced lawmaker. Now this year, I'm becoming a member of the Swapo Party Elders Council. So, while here for the past 20 years, this has been a learning institution. I've learned a lot of valuable lessons from this chamber, having served as a member of 3 standing committees of parliament. They exposed me to various issues in our country, social, economic, political, and security. Also having served as Deputy Minister at the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, and as a minister at 3 different ministries. While here, I made friendship with people from all walks of life, including my dear brother, McHenry Venani, whom when you hear me saying brother, I mean it in the true sense of the word. I shall forever remain grateful to the support availed to me to serve in this august house. And I also like to express gratitude to colleagues that I served with in various parliamentary standing committees, particularly those in the committee that I chaired, the then Standing Committee, Economics, Natural Resources and Public Administration, for the support that they have always given to me as the chairperson. I also like to express gratitude to the 2 ministers under whose leadership I served, Honorable Tony Nyoma and Honorable Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, now Her Excellency the President-elect. Similarly, I express gratitude, my profound gratitude, with the support that I received from my able deputies, Honorable Derek Grasson, Honorable Emma Trefelus, and Honorable January Matundu. Above all, I express gratitude to Presidents Ifike Punye Pohamba, Hage Geinkup, may his soul rest in eternal peace, and Nangolo Mpumba, for the confidence and trust that they have had in me, appointing me to the executive. I thank my family for the support rendered to me that enabled me to execute my duties to the best of my abilities. I wish members that will be sworn in tomorrow wisdom and tenacity as they serve our land of the brave selflessly. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is the Honorable Shivede.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, party leaders, chief whips in various parties, and honorable members of the outgoing 7th National Parliament Assembly. We live in times where relations come and go, depending on what motivates those relationships. Ours, as members of this esteemed August House, has been motivated on the need to save our Namibian people as lawmakers. There have been times, many moments in this chamber and on committee engagement where we might have different views to issues affecting our nation. But in spite of everything which I want to believe that we all had general interest of our people at heart, Honorable Negundi. As a representative of my party here, have I always tried to remain true to its values of reconciliation and nation building, of which I wish to thank you all for the time spent together under the leadership of Speaker and Deputy Speaker, who I believe were my best colleagues because of being praised as a short and sweet contributor in this house. I have always been of the view that our work does not end now, but rather continues. Wherever we find ourselves, because leadership is not seasonal but permanent, especially if the people entrust you with the task to lead. In my conclusion, as a closing remark, I wish to encourage those who will remain. Please provide guidance to the new members to be sworn in. Allow your robust but respectful engagement with them, because you are all 7 of Namibian nation when you are in the House of Parliament chamber. What I even wanted to say is, no, I cannot sing now. That one is already a special occasion, I will do it. I am here. What I even wanted to say is, we are family and will stay that. I can dance.
Thank you very much. Honorable Katoma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. As I stand before you today, I'm filled with a deep sense of gratitude and reflection. The journey I have had the privilege of undertaking as a member of Parliament has been one of the reflective personal and professional growth. But more than that, it has been an honor to serve the people of Namibia who entrusted me with their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. When I first entered this esteemed chamber, I did so with a sense of purpose and with the desire to make a positive impact on the lives of those who sent me here. It has been a humbling experience to engage with fellow members, to engage with diverse perspectives, and to work towards the common good. We may not have always agreed on every issue, but we all share one vital commitment, which is the responsibility to serve our country and contribute to the great goods of our nation. During my time here, I have witnessed the credible potential of this institution, the passion, dedication, and tireless work of each and every member. Whether we are debating bills, shaping policies, or simply listening to the voice of the electorate, we have worked together to create a stronger, fair, and more just society. Of course, I am not only leaving behind the work, the committees, or the late-night debates. I am leaving behind the friendship and the connections I have forged here. I have had the privilege of learning from some of the most intelligent, compassionate, and driven individuals. You have all inspired me, challenged me, and made me a better public servant. But as I close this chapter, I do so with the knowledge that our work is never truly finished. The challenges we face as a nation continues, and while my term might become to an end, the pursuit of justice, equality, and prosperity must go on. I depart with confidence, knowing that the next generation of leaders will step up, carry the torch forward, and build upon the strong foundation laid by our founding leaders, one that we have tirelessly worked to strengthen. To my constituency, the SWAPO Party and its dedicated members, thank you. Your trust has been the greatest gift I could have received. It has been an honor to represent you, advocate for your interests, and amplify your voices in this chamber. Every step of this journey has been for you, and though I may no longer sit in this seat, I will always remain committed to the value and causes that brought me here. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve as a chairperson of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security. I ought to thank and applaud the committee members, staff, and stakeholders for the support and cooperation rendered to me over the period of my stewardship. To the presiding officers, under your capable leadership, Honorable Speaker, we are grateful for your leadership and the maintenance of the pride of the House with dedication and commitment, even during the challenging circumstances which might have occurred due to our actions. I extend my gratitude to the ministries and agencies under the ambit of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security, namely the NCIS in the Office of the President, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Safety and Security, under the leadership of Honorable Albert Kawana, the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs, under the leadership of Honorable Franz Kapofi, and the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, currently under the leadership of Honorable Peya Mushelenga and previously led by Honorable Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, who now serve as a Vice President and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, soon to be sworn in, for the support rendered. Conclusively, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to my colleagues, my family, and my mighty SWAPO party, and to all who supported me during my time as a member of Parliament. I live with a heart full of appreciations, a mind full of experience, and a spirit strengthened by extraordinary honor. Thank you, and may our nation continue to flourish in unity, peace, and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jerry Kanjo.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker, honorable members. When I joined this House 35 years ago, I was a very, very, very old man that time. 35 years ago. I joined this House at the age of 43, 35 years ago. At the age of 43. It's a long journey. We journeyed together with a speaker. The speaker, carrying those who are now in the service, is the speaker, and Their Excellency, the President, to be sworn in tomorrow. These are the longest people who have been working currently, who were there from day one. I still remember the time when myself and the speaker, we were part of the Constituent Assembly, 1989. Immediately after the conclusion of the UN supervised election, then the then Chief Justice Becker called us together here where he sworn in the newly elected Constituent Assembly with the aim to draft the constitution of an independent Namibia. That time, when we met in the chamber, it was not renovated like this. We were sitting in a horseshoe around like almost like a national council there. The chairs, the benches were there. And from the day one, when we met, there was suspicion. Because on the other hand, it was freedom fighters, people who fought for the independence of this country. And on the other side, there were some of those who were fighting on the colonial side. So the suspicion was there. And then we had to elect the chairperson, and the late President Kenko was elected. And thanks to his diplomatic, I can say the ship, he piloted the ship in such a way that at the end of the day, we could have confidence in each other. Then, from day one, when we met here, the chairperson asked that each political party, because now we have to draft the constitution, each political party must provide his or her draft constitution for an independent Namibia. Every party gave their constitution, and SWAPO also will give our constitution. By the way, before that, during the time of UNTAC, the election, when UNTAC requested parties to register for the election, by that time, SWAPO had a, what is it? Not a mannequin. Had a flame. Ours was a flame. The flame is the one that carries us through, right through the struggle. Now, when the UNTAC requested political parties and said, come bring your emblem and your name the party, we came with a flame. But apparently, SWAPO D or Shipanga had registered earlier than us with a flame. So now they must say, what should we do? So the UNTAC said, you cannot use a flame. So then SWAPO has now to ask his all members, and the late Pastor Orr came up with a mannequin. That's how we came up with a mannequin there. And it was for SWAPO difficult again to educate our people to vote for the mannequin because they only know the flame. So we had to work out. This is just in passing. Now, when we met in the Constituent Assembly, each party was requested to provide its draft constitution. We provided ours, the other parties provided theirs. But during the election of the UN, most districts then went to DTA. Most of the districts. So our constitution was for an executive president and a single chamber, one house of parliament. And all the other opposition parties, that time were equal, all, because nobody, all other parties, they were for a ceremonial president and an executive prime minister. But because we didn't have a two-thirds, we have now to negotiate, give and take, or say, okay, at the end, we take an executive president and the two chambers of parliament. That's why we have two chambers of parliament today. Okay, now, after we drafted the Constitution, within 3 months, and the aim of the Constitution was, a Constituent Assembly, was to draft a Constitution of Namibia upon which future government will rest. Now the Constitution says the President will be elected by the people of Namibia. Then the question comes now. We have got after we adopted the Constitution, we also put up a committee. Some committees work on the national flag and others on the national anthem, and all this were adopted. Now, the Constitution was adopted. Then the question comes now. We have adopted the Constitution. Are we going to elect the president of the country? Are we going to have a second election so that the people of Namibia can elect a president as per this Constitution? And then it was decided, no. Let the Constituent Assembly transform itself into a national assembly. Because to come up now, as per that Constitution we adopted on the 9th of February or 12th of February, I don't know, 1990, that Constitution said the president of the country must be elected by the people. Must we elect the president? Then the UNTAC said, no, their term will end in February. That's why we transform ourselves into a National Assembly. And then the president of Namibia, the first president, was elected for the first time by the National Assembly or by the Constituent Assembly. My standing here is just to say, I express my sincere gratitude for the SWAPO party that had kept me for all these parliament from the first parliament up to the seventh parliament for the last 35 years. I express my gratitude to the late President, Dr. Sem Safishuna Nyoma, for keeping me in his cabinet for 15 years. And President Pohamba also for keeping me for 10 years, and the late President Kenkop also for keeping me for 5 years. In the cabinet, it's a long journey. I am one of the few privileged on the African continent, on the globe, parliamentarian that have served such a long term. So really, for the Namibian people, I also say thank you very much. And for you, honorable members, for all those honorable members who come and go over the past 35 years, that I am leaving this parliament with a joyful heart, because yesterday was my birthday. I'm now 78 years old. Yesterday. No, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, on the 17th. The day before yesterday, myself and Tom Alwendo. So Tom, Dick, and Jerry. I don't know how we come with Tom Alwendo. Tom Alwendo on the same 17 March. Tom,
okay.
Dick, and Jerry. So it may be a coincidence. So I just said, thank you very much. I don't have anything to say. I'm really very grateful. I'm now going to be a full-time farmer.
Thank you.
In the Oshodonjupa region.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting a little bit anxious. I think we need to limit the time because honestly, there is so much interest to hear each other, but the longer you go, the more you lose the audience. So let's cut it shorter. Honorable Maria Alago.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members.
Sorry.
She was not checking where she was stepping.
Sorry.
Mind your steps.
No injury? Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Honorable member, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I would like to extend my profound gratitude for the grace of the Almighty God who gave me the opportunity to serve the Namibian nation. I felt honor and privilege to be a member of the 7th National Assembly for the past 5 years. And this is because of the trust that the SWAPO party has in me. During my time in the parliament, in the 7th parliament, I've heard and I also have learned about the problems that hampered the Namibian nation during our work. We carried out the work diligently as a team with my colleagues. We did the oversight visits, public hearing, benchmarking during the committee work as Namibians, not as political parties. We conducted the oversight visits and public hearings in all the affected regions without discrimination. The good lesson that I have learned is that we treated all Namibians equal with compassion and respect. I realized that in the parliament, we are
one Namibia, one nation, with the same aim, and that same aim is to improve the living condition of all Namibians, regardless of their color, race, and creed. Thank you for your love, support, and cooperation, and the conducive environment that we created to carry out the responsibility during the term of office. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Short and sweet to the point. Next, Honorable Dr. Shangula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. First of all, I want to thank you most sincerely, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the way you have steering the board, and even under extreme provocation, you would always find an opportunity to make us laugh. That sense of humor will really live with me. You may not remember, Honorable Speaker, in 1976, when you and your colleague from the diplomatic mission went to the war zone in the Eastern Front, you were entrusted in the hands of a very young plant combatant to ensure your safety and security, to visit the war zone and come back. That plant combatant was me. Thank you very much. You haven't changed much. The way it was the first time for me also to hear that Queen English in the middle of nowhere. Now I want to return to members of Parliament. You have been very supportive. I want to thank you most sincerely. There was nothing I brought to this House which was not accepted, which was not rejected. And I know I always had your support and your sympathy. There were, however, some issues which were raised on the floor of this House, pertinent issues. I will feel guilty if I do not apprise you before I leave. The first one is the shortage of medicine. It has been an issue on this House. But I think you also provided a partial solution by amending the Public Procurement Act. And it was so revealing that you all understood the root cause of the problem. In this respect, I want to thank most sincerely the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises for the extra effort we have made together to ensure that we find a solution to this matter. The second one was the radiotherapy at the Windhoek Central Hospital, which was struck by lightning and it went out of service. I have now the pleasure to inform you that we have now replaced that one. We have bought a new Cobalt-60 machine at a cost of 16 million Namibia dollars. It's Namibian patient. The final thing I want to apprise you about is the dilapidated Katutura Hospital. I'm pleased to inform you that that hospital has been renovated. If you go there to look for mice, you will not find them anymore. I thought that I should just apprise you so that when I leave, you know at the stage where you have been. I would like to thank specifically the Honorable Deputy Minister of Health and Social Services. We have worked together, and what I want to appraise most is that she has never refused on assignment. It was really a pleasure to work with her. So, as I take leave, it's always said that parting is a sweet sorrow. I will miss all of you, but thank you very much for all your cooperation and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Mahone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say something. But I think, Honorable Speaker, it will be amiss of me if I, a poor Mochwana lady, did not say or relate how I came to find myself here. Honorable Speaker, I was working at the regional council, Omaheke Regional Council, deputy director, and I remember during that 2009, May, I went to the HR officer and I told him, I want you to tell me the benefits, my benefits currently, because I want to prepare myself. I want to go into politics. It was in May. So I want to prepare myself because I want to go into politics. The same year, in September, because I was doing my thesis, master's thesis, I took leave on the 4th of September 2009. And I was driving to Rundu. While I was on my way, Honorable Huebes, who was then the senior special advisor in the office of the former president, Pohamba, called me. We are looking for you, where are you? I said, no, I'm driving to Rundu, to a certain school there. And then she said, no, the president is looking for you. Who? President Pohamba is looking for you. I started shaking by then. But I said, I'm on the road and I'm driving. Yeah, where is your CV? I said, I'm on the road. I'm here in the villages, which I don't even know where I am. No, he's busy now. Drive, but make sure that you are always in reception. I will drive and then stop at one village. Now, how far is he? No, he's still busy. And then I will drive again, next village, stop. No, he's still busy. Until 10 kilos before Grootfontein. Now he's ready for you. I said, what should I say when he's talking to me? What should I say? No, just say, Comrade President. Okay. Then, Comrade President, shaking there, and then he said, no, where are you? I said, I'm driving to Grootfontein. Are you not from Omaheke? I said, I'm from Omaheke, but I have an assignment somewhere to do. Okay. Then he gave me the message. Don't tell anyone. Because the following day, the 5th of September, was Electoral College. I drove like that. Okay, that was history. So I came here 2010. So I'm 15 years in this parliament. 15 in this parliament, and I have to thank Comrade Pohamba the former president out of the bottom of my heart. I don't know whether it was fate, because remember in May what I said. In 5 years' time, I have to join politics, but it came earlier than I thought. Honorable Speaker, after the demise of Honorable Iyambo, again, His Excellency then appointed me as Deputy Minister of Education, the task I took, and again, I have to express my profound gratitude. And up to today, I deputized 3 ministers. The education 1 and 2 are still part of this house. Honorable Sophia Shaningwa at Murt, and Honorable Derek Klassen at Fisheries. And I have to say thanks to them, because they let me be. They let me be myself, and that's why I could do what I have to do for the Namibian nation. Now, when I said I'm leaving, there were questions from many. Are you tired?
You're still asking.
Are you tired? Does it mean you have a lot of money, that's why you are going? Are you promised something, that's why you are going? I have to say, I'm leaving, and it is my own decision. No money, no promises, and I'm not tired. I don't look tired. So, as they say, a good dancer must know when to leave the stage. Otherwise, they'll boo you off that stage. So I'm leaving. And it is always gratifying, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, when you are among the community. Saturday, I was in Oshana, and one principal came to me and said, your computers are still there. I met a young man from Omitara that was telling me, your houses that you built are still there. That time, many refused to work, but us that worked, we are still in those houses. It is gratifying when people are recognizing the work that you did. Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, I am a person who believes in cycle of life, and hence I'm not set. I'm very excited for the next chapter. So watch the space. Most people don't realize that this work goes together with sacrifice. Some people who are sitting here sacrificed their financials. It was a sacrifice, and it's for the country. Some sacrifice emotionally. You have to leave your family and come here, and I'm one of them. My daughter, I should face my daughter who will tell me, you were only once at my parent meeting. So it's a sacrifice. People who are coming here thinking this is just another creation of employment should think twice. There is no money here. There's no money here. They should think twice.
National service.
So that is therefore that I will say thank you to my husband who gave me that opportunity to be here for 15 years. And it's now my time to give him his time. To all, Honorable Speaker, And Deputy Speaker, you did a marvelous job, sometimes under trying times. May the Almighty bless you and give you the required peace. Don't go and dream about the unruly house. Otherwise, you'll scream, order, order. So thank you very much.
Let's leave it at that.
And to all, especially the Namibians who are voting to keep us here, to all of you who I met during this journey, you had impacted my life. You will not know. You will not know, but you have impacted my life big time on one way or the other. And Michelangelo said, every block of stone has a statue inside it. And it is the task of the sculptor to discover it. So every one of you had a chisel in your hands and you have sculpted and you made me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that reference to the famous African-American writer. Next, Honorable Mutorwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Today seems to be a kind of a Thanksgiving Day. So I will follow as what my colleagues has also done. But I'll start by saying and thanking Gaup, Justus Darweb, and Samson Chongarero, because I never intended to become a politician. I was out and out a farmer. But they came to my house and called me and my wife and asked me to stand as a councillor for Kamaya constituency. And I started as a councillor in 1998, December, and started to serve at the National Council here. I'd also like to thank all the people of Kamaya constituency and the broader UDF membership base, as well as all Namibians at large. My gratitude further goes to my late mother, who has taught me and always reminded me to recognize other people. She used to tell me, the Lord is letting the sun rise so that you have to see people and recognize them as human beings. People are not like a piece of cloth that was bought for you by your father. So you must respect them. And I always remember those words. And I'm very grateful for that. I'll further also thank my wife, whom I had always left behind at home. They say in Afrikaans that the wives of politicians are becoming gras weduwees. They are running the households alone. They have to do everything. They are not present. And I'm very grateful for that. Honestly speaking, she has been doing very well. I'd also like to thank the members of the PAC, the Secretariat, the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor General, as well as the staff of the Office of the Auditor General, as well as all members of this National Assembly and the National Council. Through my upbringing, I must say that I've never learned that I have to look at people from a political lens and view them as they have got a different perspective or philosophy to follow. I was only taught that find a way that you'll have to work together with these people. And that is what I've been learning from all of you. We've made friends and we will remain friends forever. I'd also like to specifically thank you, Honourable Speaker, and our Deputy Speaker, for the way you have been guiding us in this House. And I must say that there's one thing that I've learned from my mentor and predecessor, Honourable Chongarero, when he was retiring from the Regional Council and I was to take over as governor. He told me, Dudu, I'm leaving you in this office and you are entering in the front door. Please, my son, if people are coming to ask you questions, don't jump out of the window at the back. Come out and face them. That is told me that every time you work, do it with integrity. If you face the people, you must really provide answers to what you have done. And that, I'll today say that after so many years, I am going home with a clear mind, telling myself that I've been making friends not only in Namibia, also in other countries, in SADC, all over, and we are calling each other, and really I can talk very well of them as much as they can also talk very well about me. I would further like to wish the incoming members the best of wisdom so that they would be able to lead the nation. To our President-elect, who's soon to be sworn in, Dr. Nandine Ndaitwah, I wish all the wisdom and ensure her of my pride that Namibia is the first country in the SADC region that is going to be led by a woman. And it is my belief that we shall.
It is the third.
In the SADC region. Yeah. Thank you.
It's okay, please.
We shall strive from wherever we are to protect her and to support her in her endeavors to build our nation and our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Shiramba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the floor in this 7th August House. I ended on the 13th of June 2024, and to it now I bid farewell now. There are two inevitable phenomena in our lifetime, which are time and change. As much as we think, as people, we can control our destiny, it is not always in our own hands. Let me say, life is like a drama stage. We all take part. It has an entrance and it has an exit. So play your part well. Now I will return to the Honorable Speaker, Mutorwa, like my father.
over the wood, Omapenda. Your composed demeanor and humility carried you to successfully make you to take this gigantic task of a speaker in this National Assembly so easily. And akushiri mbino miria eshekuyana. We used to say, like, National Assembly, this house is going to kill our speaker. But you are exiting this house youthfully, full of life, and because it is you were you, not a photocopy. I thank you for that. And I go out of this house with a total different perception. When I came in, when you are from a distance, when you look at something, without knowing the nitty-gritty, you totally have a different perspective or perception. In this house, despite all members are coming from a different political party, as we are a multinational
democracy.
Multi-party democracy, I realized that all of us in this house, we were having a common goal, and it is to save the Namibian nation. My intellectual capacity has grown in a contemporary political arena in its complexity. Thank you all, honorable members, for the support and acceptance, verbally and non-verbally. I used to see many of you from a screen of TV, now in person, eye to eye, shoulder to shoulder. Even though I was a bit shy to mingle freely, I always felt your support. Farewell is not final, rather a new chapter in another space. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Neatly executed. Well done. Next, the Honorable Dr. Jode Onjo.
Oh, okay, it's my turn. Yeah. Thank you, my mentor, Professor Ishitevi Kashavivi. Sometimes I sit and I'm like wondering, where were you given that name? It was a puzzle. The parents were like, what am I going to do?
No, the old man.
Your dad.
Was told that he has got a son.
Yes.
And the old lady came out of the hut and said, it is a son. And then he jumped up out of excitement. He said, what shall I do?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and Deputy Speaker, for always being there to fill in the gaps. I rise to bid farewell to this house. I came into this house in 2005. That makes it 20 years. However, I had a sojourn outside for 3 years. 1 year I spent at St. Paul's College as a principal. 2 years I spent as a country director for the British Council in the country. And those jobs were quite good jobs. And the sacrificial contribution that we have been making is to go and come back go and work in a job where you were earning double the salary and coming back to Parliament knowing precisely that your salary is going to be cut by 50%, because it has not been about money, it has been about service. I have heard about Professor Peter Gashabibi as a child, and then I met him at age 24 in 1980 in London. Yes, you were not born. That's precisely that I'm giving you this background so that you will take it on board, because you are coming back into Parliament. Some people have been working for so long and so hard for the country to stand on its feet today. And we should give tribute to them while they are still alive, not to wait until they have passed, they can't hear what they are telling them, and you are talking. Yesterday was a great day for me. It was my birthday.
Oh.
Yes. On the 18th of March,
Happy birthday.
I turned 69 years. I'm 69 years old today, in a day. It has been the grace of God to age gracefully. To age gracefully. It takes God. And I came to this house at age 49, so plus 20 years is 69. And I'm ready to go and to retire into doing other things. I want to sing a song. Yesterday, my son, Honorable Benani, you put a song which was a favorite prayer of my dad. I consider myself as a product of prayers. My dad has been praying for me openly in church, always saying, Mukuru vatera kourepe. My village people call me Mukuru vatera kourepe. That's my name when I'm there. Presumably my daddy will gather the church together to pray for me, and then after he said amen, he will send everybody home. And that's why I turn out to be like this. The first PhD holder in the village, the first lady who had produced 2 doctors from the village, teachers and accountants, and international relations specialists. So it has been the favor of God in prayer. Prayer is very important. And the prayer we say here, I don't know whether we actually listen to the voice of what we say. You know, not what we say and do. What do you think first? Because what you think is what you say. So it's always good to think first before you say. So it's very important. And I'm going to sing that song that says, Kamburondangi ange mukuru, jihasurangi mekupe, shimeka bada mo mayuru, mumeka wana novapwe, ariye shimba imbura, nombongo njo hallelujah. Kamburondangi mukuru, jihasorangi mekupe, shimeka bada mo mayuru, mumeka wana novapwe, arire shimba imbura, nombongo njo hallelujah. It's a short song, but it's a very powerful prayer, because sometimes when you are saying thank you, it's not enough. It's just thank you is not enough. And I want to thank Professor Peter Gashabibi first, because in 1994, when the Act of Parliament was passed to set up UNAM, at a university called Amati Bello University in northern Nigeria. And when we met, he said, look, I've been given this mantle to set up the university. You people who are educated Namibians should come and assist.
Come back home.
Come back home. And I said, well, okay, we can do a shift. I have to take permission from my university. The long story is that eventually I came back in 1996 to join the University of Namibia. And then we did great things. most of the people sitting here are products of the University of Namibia. Even if they don't say it, we know that we have done the groundwork. It was a simple college of education, and we turned it into an internationally recognized university, which we are very proud of as the first one and only national university at the time. Thank you for doing that for us. And I want to thank you while you are still alive. And my kids are up there.
Yeah.
Waningi and Perivi and Isabel and Shiwe. Are you still sitting there?
They're waiting for the...
They are waiting. I'm thanking you very much. Now, let me tell you briefly, it's 20 years, you know, it's 20 years. So I'm after Honorable Jerry Ekanjo, so my speech will be a bit long. I arrived in London in 1980 at the airport, and I was taken to a student house. And then the next day, I met some other students, and there was a carnival, the London Carnival, and I'm joining it. The next day, you know, at 24, you are very experimental. So I went for this carnival, and then when I came back, I made a note. Professor Peter Kashavi was here to welcome you to London. I would already welcome myself into London. I was dancing on the streets of London. It's a dance for the whole day. So by the time I came back in the evening, I'm like, my goodness, the representative of SWAPO in London has come, and I wasn't there. Eventually, we got connected, and it has been 45 years of friendship. Unlike other people, I never actually envisaged a career in politics. And that's why I had remained constant to say I'm a technocrat operating in a political environment. I'm not a politician. I've never been a good politician, and I have never actually thought I would be. And when I was thrown into the deep in Parliament, people said, you are a politician because you are in Parliament. I said, no, but Parliament is not only meant for politicians. That's why there's an article in our Constitution that makes the President to appoint other people who are not politicians to come and assist in whatever way they could the political system to function. And that has been my contribution. My contribution to the country has been in the education sphere. The landscape of Namibia, oh my goodness. I was called. It was a call like Sylvia's Makone. So, the president-elects want to see you. And I never knew how people get called, you know? And I'm like, the president-elect, I don't know him. I didn't actually know the president personally. And he said, no, you should come to my office. I'm like, okay, where's your office, actually? So he told me, and I went to the office, and then he sat me down, very humble, the former president, Ifikepunye Pohamba, a very humble giant. He sat down there in that office, and I'm coming in, and I'm like, there's no meeting, so where should I sit down, please, sit down. And I sat down, and he said, well, according to Article 32 of the Namibian Constitution, I have the power to appoint 6 technocrats. At that time, we haven't amended it to 8. And I want you to be one of them. And I'm like, me? He said, yes. Oh, he said, oh, remember, we don't know each other, but we consulted in SWAPO. And I joined SWAPO 42 years ago, and the instrument and the signature of my ticket was Professor Peter Kashavivi. Thank you for making me to join the party that became a governing party eventually. Eventually, that's a long story. I served under the tutelage of the man who was here yesterday. Everybody called him His Excellency the President. I called him Honorable Daddy. We worked together as a father and daughter in that ministry. And we changed the landscape of that ministry to be never the same. Together, we did an analysis of the education system. The failure rate, the pass rate at that time was 35%. And consistently, we increased it to the time we passed out, 2005 to 10, the incremental increase was 56.4%. That's what we left there. How did we do that? We introduced a pre-primary year. It was very expensive to the government, but the SWAPO-led government was listening to us because the president said, merge this ministry and make it one and make it functioning. And that was our duty, a call of duty. We introduced a pre-primary year. We merged all the colleges of education to the University of Namibia and made the BEd the minimum qualification for teachers so that teachers are better empowered to produce better products. We set up the University of Namibia Medical School. We did a lot of things together. And that man is a changer. And he's a calm, somebody said call him a cool cat. He is calm. Our outgoing president was very calm. And he would tell me, he said, my honorable daughter, you are the educationalist. Go and do education things. When it matches with politics, let me go. So when we are going for the budget to the Ministry of Finance, Right Honorable Prime Minister now, he will say, no, I will go for that meeting. And he will go. But when it is education, it's me, I will finish. I know you are looking at me. I want to conclude by saying, after serving 20 years in this house, with a break of 3 years, I'm very glad to give thanks and glory to God who called people to serve their nations and who's calling the incoming MPs to serve the nation. They didn't come here by their own power. It is the power of God that makes leaders. And please humble yourself. Make sure you educate yourself. Education is a greatest equalizer, not for only you, but when you are educated, you are a better instrument to be used by your nation and country and people. So that is my word to you. And I thank you so very much for giving me an opportunity to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I put in a plea? I think that we still have got so many people to contribute. Can we reduce maybe 5 minutes or something like that? Next, Honorable Calais, Deputy Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Member of Parliament, listening to me. Before I start, Honorable Speaker, I want to wish Vernas Nimbo a happy birthday today.
Oh, the congratulations. Okay. Happy birthday to her.
Now, I'm reflecting, how did I find myself in this house? This life is full of surprises. My background was, I was a person who was always involved where women come together, whether it's a church organization or just a women organization. Until I met the president-elect. And then she finds us in our women organization group. And then she encouraged us. And she impressed me so much. She said, I work so hard among women. It's true what Mutorwa was saying. Don't curse where you come from. As a technocrat, I climbed the ladder very fast until I became a director of education in Otodonjupa region. But to make a story short, it is Otodonjupa and Kavango. By then, Kavango was not divided. Through them, I find myself in Parliament as Member of Parliament. And I learned a lot. you know, through committee meetings, I was a member of Parliamentary Standing Committee on ICT, where I was a chairperson. Economics and Public Administration, Nekundi was a chairperson. And Public Accounts, Kavekotora was a chairperson. All this dynamic committee sent me in this world. It is through these committees that I could see the rest of the world. Honorable Speaker, you remember one time, it's supposed to be IPU, to be in Geneva. And I was always dreaming, how will I manage to see that place, Geneva? And it was close to Christmas. The Speaker is not just dynamic in this house, even outside. When he called you at his office, he knows how to talk to you. And I ended up attending IPU meeting on ICT in Geneva. And I appreciate it, because when I came back, I was breaking now with artificial intelligence so that other people, and e-parliament and all this ICT terminology. Thank you very much, Speaker, for that one. It was through this Parliamentary Standing Committee that we find ourselves knowing more about economics, because we used to go 3 times to Brussels and where we sit with EU. And to an extent, when Nekundi was an executive, Honorable Heather became our chairperson. I feel so great sitting with EU members and we can debate. And it was really, I learned a lot. And I want just to appreciate everything. And I want to say today that the Almighty, you know, I was like a pencil in his arm. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. No matter how small, how little I contributed to the society, I'm very happy today. As I'm going, I'm really, like the previous speaker said, I'm going very happy person. And I want to encourage the new incomers, where we steer the boat and they must take it further. I think we did a lot thus far, so it's just for them now to continue. And to you, colleagues, members of Parliament, what a big family I found. And it was really a pleasure to meet you, and I can call you brothers and sisters. I want to thank the people of Ochodonjupa. I want to thank the people of Kavango East and West. And I want to thank my children, and especially my firstborn, who was always there when I needed her, especially during this difficult time. Thank you very much, honorable members. Enjoy the future. It's still bright.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Dr. Munyangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I will be very brief, since I also spoke yesterday. But I thought I would also like to take the floor and thank the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. You know, I remember that sometimes we had very difficult sessions, but you always manage to contain the House, and I want to thank you for that. The Honorable Speaker, I had TV when I was young. You know, my father and the Speaker grew up together, and he used to talk a lot about the Speaker. Now, this was 5 years of the very good experience, enriching. We had our ups and downs. There were some people who were pushed out of the house. You recall? know, some of us also went through hell, but it was encouraging. And I have learned a lot of things, but I just want to mention two things. One is that we can come from different backgrounds, but when we are in this house, we all have one common goal, and that is to serve. And a lot of people, this is not only a house for debates, but it's also sometimes to learn and teach one another. And for your information, I want to share that when I was appointed, a lot of people could not understand, but you are from a different party. But this is not new. It happened also at the very beginning.
Day one.
My honorable member here, it's a pity that he left now. Honorable Dirgat was one of the first to be appointed. He came to Parliament on the ticket of UDF, I think, and he was appointed as a Deputy Minister of Trade and also Youth at a later stage. The late Paramount Chief Advocate Bekwi Rukoro came to Parliament on the ticket of Namibia National Front, NNF, and he was appointed as Deputy Minister of Justice. So it's not new. It has been there, and I'm sure it will also continue. So I just wanted to share that. The other thing that I have learned in this House, Honorable Speaker, is that I was privileged in the sense that I had access to information. And being from the opposition, I could have misused my position, that information that I had, to misuse it, or even pass it on to my colleague Awandenge. But I never did that. And that is something that I have learned, that when you grow, you also become wise. And you know where to draw the line and where to not to cross the boundaries. So, and I really want to thank everyone in this house also for accepting me as I am. This was not only a house for debates, as I said, and it's a pity that Honorable Nekundi left, because we also formed relationships, we formed friendship. I recall once when my minister was not around and he sent me to cabinet, Nekundi wrote a letter and said, I wonder what the president of Nuto is doing in this cabinet. I'm also wondering why a president of Nuto is serving as a deputy minister. And I wrote back and I said, but Nekundi, don't you know that Nuto is also co-governing this country? So those are the jokes, and those are the kind of relationships that we also have developed. So for those who are coming back in this house, I'm sure that you have accumulated enough knowledge, you have gained the necessary experience, and please continue to use that to enhance debates in the house. And you are also in this house to protect the interests of the Namibian people. For those who are leaving, including myself, this is not the end of the road. It's just the beginning of a new chapter in our lives. And please, I have thanked everyone yesterday, but for those who are remaining in the house, please make sure that some of us are now over 60. Make sure that the old age pension is increased to 3,000. Take care of our welfare, those who are remaining and those who are coming in. Honorable Speaker, everyone here, thank you very much.
You.
I will not forget you all. Thank you.
You.
Make to all.
Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Mareka.
Can I at least have the floor now for the last time? Can I have everybody's attention? for the last time. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, my dear Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, members of Parliament, I'm really standing here where I've been always standing up for whenever I was needed to stand my ground, to say thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the beginning it was like 2 river stones that are a little bit rough because of the Namibian drought, and then all of a sudden the year, the rainfall or rain year of 2024-2025 came, and then all the rocks that were not finely shaped started to roll. So that is what happened to me. I was also called some 5 years ago, around September, by the late former President Hage G.K. Nkop, that I should come to Parliament, and I could not take it easily, but yeah, I ended up here, and I'm thanking him for that. Thank the Soho Party, my party, for the opportunity that was given to be part of this Parliament. I first understood Parliament something else, an arena. But I'm also happy for the fact that I could rub shoulders and learn from legends like Comrade Dade Yeri Kanjo, Mitri, must I say, Mutorwa Wangwama, my dear sister, Prime Minister Sarah, and then all the legends that one only could see from afar over the television, Parliament, that I could really learn, and that I'm leaving this Parliament as a well or better experience and a better Namibian, and that I could also be part and parcel to contribute to whatsoever goals and achievements the 7th Parliament had. I'm always referring to Parliament as the national team, soccer. National team is something that is, whether rugby or hockey, being composed from different various clubs within that particular sports code. Now, when you are a national team, to become one team, whether you come from Tigers, from Jolino, from, let me say, Chief Santos, yeah, Rundu Chiefs, then you become one. And that is what I've realized here, that we are one team, despite the fact that we are coming from different political parties, but it's Namibian sovereigns that have put us together here to map a better future for this country. And I'm really quite happy to say that the team that I've been serving with here was a really great team. The others that are coming, the incoming ones, I think they will really have an easy job, because there was a very strong foundation laid. And then with that view, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, this would not be the end, but definitely we'll meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go on quickly. Deputy Minister of Higher Education.
Honorable Speaker, Professor Se, honorable members of the 7th Parliament, fellow Namibians, for everything there is a reason and a time for every purpose under heaven.
time to come and time to go. Therefore, I want to firstly give thanks and glory to my Heavenly Father, who has used my leaders to have identified my talents and therefore appointed me on the 20th of March 2020 for a fixed period until 21st of March 2025 as a member of Parliament. Not because I was the best, there were many other better Namibians than me. Therefore, I am ever indebted to my leaders for having identified my talent and therefore appointed me as a member of Parliament. Secondly, Honorable Professor said, Deputy Speaker, Professor Madam, I wish to thank you wholeheartedly for this wonderful token. My sons and my daughter and my grandchildren will have an answer when I show them this appreciation. And I am deeply, deeply thankful for this token. When I came from a life of administration as a technocrat of note, during my maiden speech, which was centered around hope, I outlined the word hope as help one person each day. I am therefore once again indebted to each and every honorable member of the 7th Parliament for your help in different ways unto me, which has resulted my professional and political growth. I thank you very much, members of Parliament, the 7th Parliament. Furthermore, I wish to thank the sovereigns of our Republic of Namibia for their unwavering support and prayers, which has sustained me until the end of my term. Thank you very much, Namibians, fellow Namibians. Because of your prayers, I say with confidence and with faith that I have fought a very good fight together with the team of the 7th Parliament in serving the interest of all Namibian people, irrespective of their social, economic background, irrespective of their tribes, irrespective of religion, creed, and anything else. Thank you, members of the 7th Parliament, that we have done that national duty very well. My journey from day one was colorful and enriching. Only for 5 years, one term, I was a member of Parliament. I served in various committees. Shortly thereafter, I was made a deputy minister responsible for urban and rural development. I want to thank the appointing authority, the SWAPO party government for the trust, and the minister under whom I have served. And once again, the sub-national government leadership, the traditional authority leadership,
I have been around. Thank you very much for the understanding, and most of the time you have taken my advice and the little wisdom that I have shared with you. Lastly, I thank my children. I thank my children. I was never there. I served my country from the age of 19 until the age 63. I don't hide my age. Until today, now I will have my sons. God was with you. Some of you did not make it in life because the mother was absent. But I will be around. I will spend quality time with you, my children. My life was never easy, but the members of this house carried me. You have lost your father during COVID. I could not be with you because I had a national duty. Therefore, I thank you, my children, for your understanding. The members who are coming in to serve the nation, listen carefully tomorrow when you are going to undertake the oath. When you are going to undertake the oath, listen carefully when you repeat after the, who is the one who is swearing in? Chief Justice. Let those words go deep into your hearts. Internalize those words. Be guided by the oath that you are going to undertake tomorrow. And be guided by many other articles in the Constitution. But my two favorite ones, Article 10 and Article 45, in discharge of your duties. Be the servant leader always. I wish to thank, as I am sitting, all our presidents, the one who is alive, Tate Lucas Ohamba. Tate Lucas, thank you very much. You are the last man standing. Remember the words of Tate Venani when he was calling that we should behave so that we can live longer. We wish you all the best. Thank you, and I am asking God to keep you and protect you. Let the souls of our two presidents who have departed rest in power. We are ever indebted to your leadership. I wish to thank the incumbent president, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, who is going to hand over the power to our incoming mother, our president, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndeitwa. I wish all of them God's blessings and protection. God bless our leaders. God bless Namibia. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, let me plead once again, let's make it short. The time is running out and people are becoming impatient. Next, Honorable Shirare.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, first of all, I would like to thank God for this answered prayer. As unorthodox as it was, my coming here, it was really an answered prayer. From when I was a little girl in the DTA of Namibia with my uncle, the late Omokatuture Kaura, as president, and hearing tales of the great Chief Clemens Kapuo and his quest for the liberation of this country, I was merely in awe and I was fascinated. And I somehow always envisioned myself in this room as short-lived as it was. It's unfortunate that my reputation preceded me with court cases galore. However, there's more to Charmaine Shirari than the court cases. As a young DTA member, I was entrusted with debating DTA manifestos with seasoned parliamentarians at national platforms such as the NBC at a very tender age. That's how loyal and committed I was to this movement. Honorable Nico Smith would entrust me with a lot of things. He will attest to it because of how fearless and feisty I was. And it wasn't very fashionable for young people to be participating in politics back then, so I was one of the very few who were bold enough and confident enough to come to the fore. For the opinionated, feisty, talkative person that I am, my stay here in the August House was rather demure due to circumstances I will disclose in my memoir. It's coming. However, I would do a great injustice if I didn't thank the movement that brought me here. You know, when relationships are riddled and are shaky, we forget to remember there was a time when they were all rosy and glory. For me to be the seasoned politician that I am, I was under the mentorship of my now president, Nekendo Venani, and my then brother Vincent Kanyetu, as part of the DTA. They groomed me into becoming the politician that I should have been. And I would like to thank them for that. I unfortunately didn't get to showcase all that I have to bring to the table, but however, I got the platform to do that, most especially during committee work and international trips. Qualities that were identified by external people, as Honorable Vincent Mareka and Honorable Dudu would attest to, that I would represent the country and I would be at the fore of things, especially at the public accounts SATCOPAC platform. I would like to thank those platforms as well. Having the rest of my life still at bay, I would like to still think I still have several strides, especially within the leadership of this country, not just in the platform politically, but however in other platforms. And I would like to thank the nation for having embraced me. During encounters, people need to understand that your overall identity is not defined by your flight or fight responses to what happens to you. And it's really unfortunate that many people were probably at the receiving end of my fight and flight responses, and to ever toes and egos and confidence and persons that I may have disrespected during this flight and fight responses, I would like to sincerely apologize where I had wronged the nation in any way. With that, I would like to thank the nation again for the platform having granted me, and I would like to caution the young leaders to tread carefully, to play dead if you must. It's for survival's sake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Dr. Ita Kanji Murangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must say, Honorable Speaker, this is the first year student at the University of Botswana whom you met there in 1977, and you turned her into your doctoral studies work interpreter. And this is the very returnee whom you introduced to the founding father, the leader of the revolution of our country in September of 1992. I must also remind you, Honorable Speaker, that it was at that meeting with His Excellency, the late President Nyoma, that you were instructed by him to say, but if you say she has a doctorate, why don't you get her under your wings and make sure you start that university firmly and strong. Thank you so much for the journey.
And then you became the dean of students.
Of course.
Yeah.
Little did I know then when you introduced me and that directive was given to you that it will mean 23 years of my life of service to that institution. And I must say that in 2015, when I came into this house, I then realized that the transition from academia to politics is not easy. I must say, I'm still actually learning to become a politician. And it is because of all of you sitting here and many who are not in this house that I started learning, and I'm still learning. I will give you examples of what puzzled me when I started. The first one was as a minister, appointed as a minister from the university. You will be told that there are several events that we will be officiating at. And when I'm told this, like today, tomorrow there will be this and this and this event, my first question to my officers, including the ED, was, but when do I research, draft my speech, and perfect it? Little did I know that obviously the system will have to provide that speech. And I also learned that when those speeches came, for me it was I needed to take hours to go through and see to it that really, how do I customize them to my own way of presenting whatever that needed to be presented. And that took time, particularly if the events were made, but I learned. Another shocking thing for me, in this house specifically, was question time. Question time meant that a barrage of questions will be put at you, particularly as ministers, and again, the same puzzle, or yes, I was puzzled to say, but when do I research for all these things? Again, little did I know that the system will provide those answers, and of course, you have to do a little bit of working around them to ensure that they reflect the very facts that you know. I must really now thank my compatriots, the Namibian people, but in particular, the people of the Oshogondjupa region, where my political journey started. And it is important at this point to say that if there was anyone who continuously and persistently watered my political journey, was my late cousin, Kavenambo Kavenambo. My strongest word of gratitude goes to my political party, SWAPO, for having given me an opportunity to serve my country. And in the same vein, I wish to also say to each and every one of you here that in working together, I've come to realize that it is not so much what party you belong to, particularly when it comes to national interest matters. We worked together in unison for a common purpose, and for me, a great plus. My greatest thanks goes to our late president, Dr. Hage G. Geingob, for assigning me the task that I thought at the time I'll not be able to really tackle. But with the input, support of everyone within Cabinet, the Prime Minister, and the President himself then, and the current, the job was made a lot easier. We accomplished quite a number of things. Finally, as I conclude, allow me to say the following, and this is that I really wish to thank my parents, both who are late, who have made it possible for me to acquire education, acquire some degree of social sophistication to be able to serve at this level. It is just unfortunate that they could not actually see me rise in different levels or through different levels. I wish also to thank my husband, my children, and my grandchildren, particularly my husband, because he is one who has continuously supported me in this important journey. Finally, colleagues, I believe we all know that we will remain learners. For life is a university, and we all remain continuous students. Thank you so much for having taught me so much, and I believe there is also some degree of knowledge that you attained from whatever little contribution that I made in this house. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, I've got two more members to contribute.
Yeah.
Then we call it a day.
Yeah, in a summary, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. I'm just going to summarize my thankful to all of you in the phrase which says in my vernacular, wa pandura noyaka. If you are not thankful, one day you will steal. This phrase goes to my parents, my mother, my father, who brought me up to face difficult situations. And it also goes to rank and file members of the trade union who molded my character and who paved my way to be here. I have already paid tribute to His Excellency, our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, our late Hagen Giekob, who made it possible to be here. I'm not going to take long. I served twice as a deputy minister. First of local government and housing under Dr. Nikki Yambo, who was the father of decentralization policy. And I learned a lot from him. Later, I served under Tate Jerry Ekanjo, Home Affairs. From there, I came here, Member of Parliament. Once upon, I was a backbencher, a chairperson of Constitutional and Legal Affairs, and from there, I'm the longest serving deputy minister.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, the second in charge of one organs of the state. The longest. Thank you very much for tolerating my character, but I'm a very good person. My clan, my father clan is the Lion. Yeah. My mother is an Wolf. There are two two different, what you call. When it's hot, the characteristic of the lion comes in. When it's cool, the wolf comes in. But at the end of the day, this is Lady Kasingo and Aquarius. Who are Aquarius here? Very good people. Yes, intelligent. Henceforth, I have to thank you also. My speaker, I have to thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, I am a recipient of the medal, the Order of the Sun, second class, female, through you. The rest, you can go after I finish my book, which it's going to be titled Wapandura Noyaka. You will see my lifespan up and down, but mostly up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, the Honorable Menani.
Speaker, many would say that we have heard the name Peter Kashavivi since we were born. My close proximity to be born in the house of Chief Kapoor, who raised my mother, as an elder brother to my grandfather, made me to know the names of many legendary Namibians at an early stage, Sam Nyoma, and many Namibians. Speaker, when you took the oath of office 10 years ago, I stood here and I wish you well in this endeavor. And I said our parliament is on the right trajectory. As you are exiting the stage, I remember a man who raised me and who I've learned from a great deal and who I know was very close to you, close to your heart, Chief Kukayo Randisiro. He was your grandfather? Yes. Chief Disiro was one of the wisest men of the Chief Council. Many of you would always ask, how does Benani know these things? He's so young. I grew up with the legends that were around Kachikuru. They raised me. And Chief Disiro used to tell me something, that when you have self-confidence, he said leaders can only be great leaders with self-confidence. I would ask him, Chief, why was Hosea, an uneducated man, so influential? And he would say, when he sits, it was confidence. When he stands up, it was confidence. I will ask him, why was Kapoor so influential in your time? He says, Kapoor was respect. He was the only person who was respected during his youthful years. He could connect with the elders and the young through a respectful way. Now with you, when one sees Peter Kashavi, you see respect. A person who respects himself. And through that respect, you led all of us. I want to tell you that you have done well. You have done our mountains, where my mother hails from. Very proud. To have, I come from Oritoto, my mother comes from Oritoto. Oh, I'll tell you about Kashiru. Kashiru is my father. My mother comes from Oritoto. That you have done this country fairly well. And I would be very interested to read your memoirs. Some chapters in your memoirs should be very interesting to people like us that have heard about you, the London engagements, and many other. Washuya, my deputy speaker who became my friend. You see, you are an embodiment of cleanliness. I always tell my wife, I always tell people that when you travel with that lady, the way she dressed, I would always tease her in an aeroplane. The way she's clean, and the way she approaches people with that respect at international forums. I shall deeply miss you, deeply miss the character of steadfastness, especially when we are debating issues at the Pan-African Parliament and when monies are going around, that we in Namibian delegation have a record that we are not for sale. And you have led that delegation fairly very well. Honorable members of my caucus, many of you that are departing, I want to start with you, Honorable Nico Smith. I know you are not a man of words, and many people do not really know you. But I think of all the people, of all the younger people, I know you better. I think I have done justice as a leader, Honorable Nico Smith, to having brought you to this house. And my father, Mike Venani, because of one reason. When I took over the party, a disservice was done to both of you. That you were the mastermind of the party. Many people don't know that. My father, Honorable Venani Sr., Nico Smith, Alfred Tsuep were the mastermind of our illustrious 89 campaign. They organized this country. And I argued with all the leaders of our party, Kaura and many, that these people that have done so well for the party, why have they never received an honor to be here? I'm very glad that God has given me a little bit of wisdom to have brought you here. And I've done my part. And thank you very much for the many hours that you have put in our organization and its body politic. So will I also pay special tribute to Honorable Elma Dinda, a very hard-working parliamentarian. If young people do not learn from those that served before them, Elma Dinda was an embodiment of service to me as a leader of the party, to our caucus, and leading in difficult times. To the young, many of you are leaving, but there is always a turn to come back. Honorable Kasimune, you are a politician very close to my heart. And I wish you well, and I'm watching you very, very closely. You have done exceptionally, amongst the many young people here, very, very well, and you executed the task with utmost respect. My dear sister here, Chief Riwako has made me. Kaura has made me. I've said this thing so many times here. But when we were thinking about solidifying the genocide cause, strengthening it, I was the only young person between Chief Riwako and Murumba Kerina to serve in the first inaugural committee. The two of them were the committee members and I was their secretary, to start the struggle of the genocide. And I said to Chief Riwako, there are many Namibians around us that has education that we need to rope in. And I mentioned your name and Chief just said, you are talking the truth. So, Ushiwa, to me, I and you have shared Chief Riwako both equally. Chief was my friend, personal friend, cousin. He used to argue that he was more handsome than me every day. But of course, the genocide struggle, and I told you just when you entered the house, Chief Riwako said something to me that I will never forget. And he says, McHenry, he didn't call me McHenry, the way he called me. Do you know that of all the young people I've seen in my life, you have earned respect like your grandfather? I said, why? You are the only leader amongst our people that has earned respect in your youthful years. But I want to tell you something. I will not be there when the Germans come and pay us reparation and bring apology. I know you will be there. He instructed me on two things. He said the Germans are arrogant people. They know the suffering of our people. I will hold on to see whether we will find an amicable solution to this genocide cause. But you have played a role that should never undermine by our people, by championing the cause. When the split of Mutorwa DTA came, You took Chief and you used to tease Chief, because Chief never accepted the fact that I could depart from him. But I used to say, you have a good person that I told you to have. And he said, it's not enough. But I will honor you for what you have done. Mitiri, Munamari. They are politicians. They are politicians that become leaders. Not all politicians are leaders. You have become a leader in this country through being upright, through being just, through being equitable, without being corrupt. Every time that I go to rallies, don't get tired. I'll make a turn at the village. I'll eat my chicken and pass. You have made a great impression on me. Honorable Mutorwa's relationship with me, in the 94, I was the head of a history society of my school, and I was a prefect, and he comes there as a deputy minister of education. And I was narrating the history of Hitler and the whole world, because I know history quite very well. And he was so impressed with me. Since then, student politics, the rest is history. Go well, Mitri, you have done us proud. College Ledvine, I didn't like you when I came here. I used to think that you were pompous, that you were not listening. Of course, you are a technocrat. You were always busy with the technical aspects of budgets and so forth. But I've served a number of years with you, and I want to say this. You have made this country proud. You have made this country proud by thinking ahead of time. Every time that you make an argument, when I go home in my study, I always think, why was this man saying the following? And 3-4 days later, I will find, with hindsight, I will realize that this man has foresight that we must use for our country. You have played a role as a white person. You have played a role of unifying this country through your presence, and I wish you well. To many of you, Dr. Itakanji, Morangi, Yefro, all of you, it's not the end of the world. But in Namibia, our patriotism to this country must be much greater than our political differences. One thing that should unite us is the love for this country, the love and the well-being for the people of this country. Peter Kashavivi, I'll never forget you. I remember our last trip in Germany. German foreign ministers, the deputy, is it Bible? She asked me a question. When does this man get angry? And I'm saying, no, he's a coquette, he's a diplomat, and so forth. Oh. People were impressed by your diplomatic acumen, the way you talk, the way you were presenting our case, and the way you were lobbying. People don't know that you are one of the fierce lobbies for the genocide case. The way you lobby with softness and diplomatic way to impress people to a point where foreign ministers would come and ask, when does he get angry? What kind of a person is he? You have made an impression on me as a human being. Our time together is still the grave. We would be around for you because you have been around for this country, for us, and you have made our country proud. Fellow Namibians, I want to end with the following, and I want to say it under your speakership. My father told me something many years ago. Men don't insult women. Now, I've seen a culture in the last 5 years where you disagree with Itakanji, you denigrate a woman, someone's wife, someone who can be your mother, someone who can be your sister, or anything for that matter. Young people that are coming. You can have the degrees of the world, you can have the money of the world. If you do not have self-respect, nobody respects you. And no country can be respected that insults. It's vulnerable in society. So when we are disagreeing, politically calling each other you are corrupt, it's fine. But we must do so respectfully. Taking this country forward will depend on the respect that we exuberate to our nation. And we must remain respectful. Fellow Namibians, those that are going, check it out prayer. a very brilliant politician you come to be. He was my boss at Telecom, but I liked the work. I didn't like you as a minister, but the work in the committees, you were fire and fury, and that is how committees must function. Karondo, if I was the president of this side, I would have appointed you. A great politician. Muchas gracias, fellow Namibians. Let's keep the laugh. Kapofi, I can't talk about the wisdom that you have, the friendship over the many years we are together. Let's take each other to our lasting resting place if it has to be. But we should build a Namibia, and we must leave an example. And I think the 7th Parliament has demonstrated an ability to move beyond the differences and be a great country. Fellow Namibians, muchas gracias.
Thank
to
you
those
very
that
much.
are living.
Thank you very much. Honorable Benani, they say when they go low, we go up. So that is the approach. Next, Honorable Shakupakela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Speaker, let me start with you. I was very much impressed with your chairmanship in the chamber as our speaker, including our mother, Loide Kasingo. Honorable, I really thank you for your leadership. Secondly, allow me to say something in a vernacular. I hope somebody will translate because myself also, I don't understand it well. Okuhepa kwanje meyanja co-president yanje Mike Kotora. So, having said that, because my journey coming here, it was funny. When I just reached this door, I was attacked by former Honorable Mike Kotora by his niece, No.
Oh.
They say, you overthrown my uncle. I said, no. It was just peaceful. So, Michael Kotora was no selfish leader. He was a good leader. He did it with his own will. I wanted just to say that. Secondly, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank my 3 committee leaders whom we worked with. Honorable Mutorwa, Honorable Technocrat, and Honorable Ifete Natangwe. They were really outstanding with their work. We learned a lot with the committee. Wherever we went, they were showing leadership, and we learned a lot from them as young parliamentarians. We did learn and approve our skills through them. We really thank you. Don't stop there. Those who are remaining, carry on with the good work with the new members, and you should integrate them in the parliament to know what is to be done. Because they are new, they're supposed not to know what is to be done in parliament. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, because perhaps I'm the last one, it's to our President Dr. Nandi Ndaitwa, who was just elected. We as Namibian, we are Christian. We will pray for her. We will give her all the wisdom to take our land of the brave forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just about to call for a health break because the number of people asking for the floor is increasing one by one. Can I now announce that the 2 who are now on my system are the last? Can we agree? Can we agree to that? Thank you very much. Then there will be no need for health break or tea break. Next, the Honorable Yahya, please.
Comrade Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I just feel, what is it? I just feel it would have been very unfair towards you and my dear sister, Comrade Loide Kasingo, who has been at the helm of this institution called Parliament, in particular the National Assembly. I just want to inform that in 2014, just as other colleagues have mentioned, that I was called on a day, very early in the morning, by Honorable Christine Hoybes to inform me that I should come to the office of the President, the second President, Dr. Ifike Punye Pohamba, because he wants to speak to me. Of course, if a president calls you, many things go through your mind. And imagine we were here in Windhoek over the weekend. Monday morning, I was called to come back to Windhoek, but the message was clear. Don't share with anybody that the president has called you. Now, when we came to Windhoek, everybody was surprised to see us back, me and my husband, of course, back in Windhoek. But first, I had to report to my supervisor, the Director of Education that time, late Mr. Simon Susep, to inform him that I have to come to Windhoek for very urgent matter. And I had to lie, Comrade Speaker, I had to lie. No, I have confessed long ago. I'm Catholic, I have confessed already. So I had to lie, and I first informed my husband, that is what is to happen now. We have to go back to Windhoek tomorrow. 8:30 is my appointment. So it seems I was the first. So I went to my director. I informed my director, Comrade Boss, as I called him, Comrade Boss, I have to go to Windhoek. There is a case where one of my in-laws are involved, a criminal case, and I have to go there and bail him out.
Thank you for the note.
I have to bail him out. So the boss said, no, it's fine, you're from, just go. It's your in-law, go and help. So I said, thank you. So we went. On our way to Windhoek, we were now pondering, what is it that the president, it never came to any of us' minds that this is an issue to come to Parliament. So I remember my husband said, oh, I hope he is not sending you out of the country. I cannot stay alone here now. I said, I hope so too. So we came to Windhoek. Now the family here said, oh, what are you coming here for? You were here yesterday. I said, no. I was called back for a continuation of the meeting. Apparently, there is a continuation of the meeting, the management meeting in education. So I also don't know why they did not finish the meeting yesterday, on Friday. It's another lie, but confessed, of course. So, Comrade Speaker, no, there's another one my husband was not asking, but where is State House? He just asked. You see, I have a friend that side of State House. He said he's staying there at State House. So your auntie is in the meeting. So now he was given the direction. So he told me in the evening, yeah, no, I'm clear now where we will go tomorrow morning. I came there And I was the first to enter, and I was directed, no, you go into this room, you will sit here, the president will sit here. So I was sitting there for some time, for some minutes, before anybody came in. The president came through that door and so on. So I was well briefed and well prepared. So the president came in, and he was, opening his arms. Good morning, comrade. Thank you that you could come. No, I don't have a long story. You know, I have the power to, as per our party constitution, to nominate 10 people on my list to go to Parliament. And he said, and if I nominate you to the list, it's obvious, more or less obvious, actually, that you will go through to Parliament. What do you say? I said, oh, Comrade President, it's an honor. Thank you very much. Then he said, I have the top 3 who are with me on the top 4. I don't think they will have a problem, but I will go back and brief them that you have agreed to that. So that was the end of the story. All he asked me, how old are you? And I gave him an age. He said, oh, but you are still a child. You can still come and work. That is how, in 2015, I came to this Parliament, National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, my maiden speech, I was a backbencher that side. I stood up and I said, and I thanked the President, President Pohamba, who have at that time, out of so many people, selected me, a girl coming from the Rimfasmakers community. I said it there and you said, this must be recorded. So I am the first and the only Rimfasmaker who has ever seen and worked in this Parliament.
Both as a parliamentarian and a deputy minister now.
Yeah. Yes, I'm coming there, Honorable Speaker. I was sitting there for 3 years as a backbencher. But I must say, my being a backbencher, I have learned a lot before I went to executive. Or part executive, I don't know. How are we partly executive or executive? But nevertheless, I regard as executive. So, I learned a lot. So if you are a backbencher, one should never feel humiliated or not, because I was under the 10, but I remember me and Comrade Nekundi and our chief whip, we were the only 3 who did not go as deputy ministers. But thanks God, I learned a lot. I was the chairperson of the Human Resources and Community Development Committee. I was also a member of the committee that Honorable Kalei chaired as Information Communication Technology. And then I was with the member, Honorable Mike Kavagatora, on the Public Accounts Committee. But I know I gave him hard times. He will tell you. I gave him hard times in that committee, very vocal. But we were a good team. From there, in 2018, I was appointed as the Deputy Minister for Ministry of Environment and Tourism under Honorable Pohamba Shifeta. Now, Comrade Speaker, that very day, when the news came, I was called in the afternoon. The next day, Parliament should have opened in February 2018. So I got a call, unknown number, and then the person was asking me, where are you? Are you in Windhoek? I said, yes, I'm here. He said, no, I'll quickly come to your house, but please, no time, we don't want to waste time. I'm from State House and I want to drop a letter with you. Not even thinking of that I would have been appointed as a deputy minister. So I heeded to the call. I was on my feet, and then the car came. I was at the gate, opened the gate, and the person came in. And then he just gave me a paper and said, please sign for me. So I said, I can't sign, I must just read first. He said, no. You know, when I'm sent, I just come for two things. One is, you are taken from your position, or you are appointed in a position. So I read, and I saw, with the powers vested in me, I, Hagekane Kop, appoint you as the Deputy Minister of Environment and Tourism. How I felt, I cannot explain in this house. And I was alone in that house. I don't know, was I happy or was I not happy? I can't tell. So I was now under my dear, he called me OC, he never calls me comrade or any name, he just says my OC, because I'm older than him, of course. But I must say, the respect that I got from my minister, even if he's younger than me, and the way how he has groomed me, he could send me all over the world. He never prohibited me from also doing when I asked him, comrade, what should I do? He said, no, you just do your own programs. And let me just know, and then you do what you are supposed to do. Thank you very much, Comrade Chifeta. But I remember the president called, Comrade Pohamba called, that very day he was here at Parliament. He came with Dr. Hage, and then he called me. I missed the call. And then I was informed by Comrade Christine, the president is looking for you. Oh, again, another time that he wants to see me. So the next day, I went to his office, and then he said, I don't want you to fight with your minister. I don't want you to fight with your minister. I even don't know where he get that name for Hamba, but I will also call him and tell him, I don't want to hear the two of you have fought. And we have never fought any single day. As I said, I was groomed. I was given opportunities to go to cabinet committee meetings, and I learned from what is a cabinet committee meeting. I really learned a lot under him. Now, in 2020, the president appointed me, now this time, to the Ministry of Gender Equality. I remember when he appointed me to Environment and Tourism, he said, I bring you here because I want you to take care of the animals, especially the elephants, because you are coming from that conservancy. So I really want to thank him for what he has done to me, the good work relationship that we had, and of course, as I said, grooming me. Comrade Speaker, Doreen Sioka is another sister and a mother where I was appointed. Same, we never fought, groomed me, and that is it. Now, as I said in the beginning, I really rise to thank you and my dear sister. Comrade Speaker, as you conclude your distinguished tenure here, after so many years in service of this nation, as a Speaker of this country's Parliament, the People's Parliament, the country's Parliament, the National Assembly, I extend my sincere appreciation and best wishes for the future. Your leadership, dedication, and commitment to upholding the integrity of our parliamentary processes have been truly commendable. Under your guidance, the House has really navigated critical debates, upheld democratic principles, and strengthened governance for the benefit of our people. As you embark on your next chapter, I can only wish you continued success, good health, and fulfillment in all your future endeavors. May your experience and wisdom continue to serve our country in meaningful ways. As you part, somebody said you will dream, order, order, but I say, as you part from all of us to take on another venture, I shall always remember your words like, order, order, honorable members. Can I have a gist of your question? That's said and done, honorable members. That's said and done. Let's leave it as that. We will truly miss you. Honorable members, please don't provoke me up to this level. I don't want to go that far. So we will miss these words, Comrade Speaker. Sometimes we really, really provoke you. Especially, sometimes we say, but why is Speaker only looking at this side, also that side? Yeah. But especially here in this corner, in this circle with Mahone. Yeah. But all those, Honorable Speaker, are good times that we shall always treasure. I personally also treasure the times that I've traveled with you as a backbencher. I remember to Switzerland. Yeah. I remember to India, Bangladesh. Mm-hmm. And you are really one person that you always find joy when you are together with you. And I remember a time that I was with you, with your dear wife, Jane. And we had a good time where we went. On these premises, you can talk, you can say, Speaker, just touch you, and then you will listen. Wherever I found you, I remember many a times I found you in Swakopmund, where we also went for holidays with your wife, and I called from the back, Speaker, Speaker, you will spend time to speak to us. My dear sister, Loide, the Deputy Speaker, I would also like to thank you for your wisdom that you displayed here in this chamber, and the way how you also tackle issues in the absence of the Speaker. We shared different platforms and different events where we were glued together, where we spoke our stories, especially in the Swapopati Women Council, where we normally speak the same language on a specific issue. And we make sure that our issue is successful and adopted in that house. The last trip that I had with you to Russia, to St. Petersburg, was the best I can remember from all our engagements. The times that we walk in the afternoon or late after our sessions, where we do our little shopping, and when we do take our afternoon works. I will always remember when I lost my husband in 2022 through COVID, not even minding COVID-19, you came to my house one afternoon, and I will always remember that. And we remain, as a family, thankful for that. To the Cabinet Ministers, Comrade Speaker, my last.
To the members of the Parliament as a whole.
Yes, I will come there.
Because of the time.
Yes, Cabinet Ministers, I must thank them. The seniors, when my ministers sent me to Cabinet to present our submissions or issues, they were really not too tough on me. Thank you also for that learning curve that I experienced. And of course, last but not least, yes, the dear colleagues of mine, I, Speaker, cannot recall any single day that anybody was rough or rude to me. And I thank you all. I only wish everybody all the best, Speaker. Kinda Nawa.
Thank you.
Meme sister, my dear sister, Endapo nawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not that I'm being pushy, but honestly, when the time is over, sometimes I don't need to remind a member. Honorable Nico Smith, last but not least, it's your turn.
Excuse me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I waited to be the last because I think I'm the oldest in this house. And I will have the privilege to speak last. Just to mention it, Honorable Speaker, that coming Monday, the 24th, I'll turn 80 years old. So I will be very brief. I want to thank each and every one of you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, all Cabinet members, all colleagues, members of Parliament. Thank you for accepting me in this house. You all know my background. You all know where I'm coming from. You know, many years back, here in the 90s, I was nominated on our list of candidates for Parliament. But then, one of our leaders, I don't want to mention his name, and said, we can never put you on the list. You can't go to Parliament. Because if you go to Parliament, the roof of that chamber will blow off when they see you in Parliament. So I accepted it because at that time things were still very, not so relaxed as it is today. But because of the reconciliation that was brought in by the founding father of this nation, we have what we have today. A nation in the true sense, where we can accept each other as brothers and sisters. And I want to thank you for accepting me in this house, for the way you treated me, always with respect, as I think I've treated you also with respect. I want to thank my President, McHenry Benani, and my party for bringing me to Parliament. It was an honor and a privilege to serve the people of this country of ours. I've tried to do my best, and I've enjoyed every moment. But there's a time to come and there's a time to go. And that is now the time for me to go. And that's what I said, I will be short. Thank you very much. And I wish you the best for the future, for the new members that's coming in, and also for the future generation. Don't break what we have built. Don't break this nation. Don't break this country. I've always said that Namibia, with all our resources, with the small number of people that we have in this country, we should actually be the richest country in the whole of Africa if we use our resources correctly. And I think we are on our way there. Just build on it. As Honourable Sredwine have said, that our main aim and objective must be to add quality to the lives of those poor people. That we must uplift them and give them a decent life. So I would like to call and pray that those who are following us will really do that. That is their responsibility. Once again, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, thank you for the opportunity that you gave to me to serve or to help serve this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think collectively speaking, the thank you, the way we spoke, bidding farewell to each other, I think one thing that I would like to see being deepened is the whole spirit being who we are. What defines this country, the nation of a country called Namibia, a nation out of many, and our togetherness will determine how well we do as we face the future. We got to face the future with confidence. We're in it together. If we fail Namibia. If we succeed, Namibia will shine. That is the vision that we want to hold dear to ourselves, because that is the roadmap for the future of this country. That said and done, I've got two things to share with you. Number one, we have a young man, started a young man serving here. We've been very instrumental in keeping the record of this institution. Emmanuel here. He's just about to retire. I don't know whether members, I think we need to double check the record. Is he really moving towards retirement? Looking at him, I'm not convinced, but that is what the record are saying. We would like to wish him well. We'd like to thank him for the service he provided to the National Assembly. We also want to extend our thanks to all the staff of the National Assembly as we are bidding farewell to each other. He has been, Emmanuel has been served the National Assembly for the last 29 years. Long-serving member. And I hope when the time comes, not now but in May, between now and the time he's going to depart, we organize something to honor him. I think we owe it to do that. Thanks to the entire staff of the National Assembly for the service. Never complain about being subjected to working late, as we have done now. But we want you to continue to serve the nation through the work you do so well at the National Assembly. Secondly, as we depart from the chamber, please remember to remove your documents. Tomorrow, these badges are going to be occupied by people who will come in here who are going to claim that they are the new owners of those seats. So make sure that you don't leave anything behind. Once again, thank you once again for your patience and the manner in which you have been able to deliver the concluding session of the 7th Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. Now we will say the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, when it will be occupied at 9 a.m. by those who take over from us.
This is NBC2. It's ours.